and I will open up my notebook so I can take notes as we go.
Yeah. One thing I absolutely want to do at some point is make an intro for GT, or if we do
Yeah.
end up changing it to a different podcast, I don't know. I want to do like an intro. Um, I'll speak a little bit about like what kind of inspired that desire, but anyway. Hello everyone and welcome to the Geeky Serious podcast. I am your host Asmagon, and this is my co-host.
I am Ludus Infinium.
Yes, and today we have a quick starter topic, which at least is quick for me. I don't have a ton to say about it past predictions, but even then, like I don't have a lot of them because Elon Musk is a bit of a wild card. But maybe Ludus has more to say, maybe Ludus has more to say about it than I do.
He's a very strange dude. I'll at least say that.
He challenged Putin to a 1v1 match.
Something I love about this. So I didn't know this, and I thought this was actually pretty funny. Is apparently Elon Musk is from South Africa.
Yeah, I found out about that because there was a meme going around about he's like
him being like
he's the first African American to own Twitter, and I was like, I don't get it. What? And it was like,
I was like
South Africa.
I was like, oh, that's so fucked up, but technically true.
Technically true. Very cheeky, and I love to watch the SJWs on Twitter just fucking lose their shit. It's hilarious.
Now, to counterpoint that, I actually my dad introduced me to one of his friends in the army when I was still in my early teens, and he was from Mogadishu. Now, for any of you who don't own a fucking map and only care about one of the 50 states, whichever one you live in,
or you received an NA education.
Yeah. Mogadishu is a really, really, really fucked up place to be in Africa. For anyone who would like context, the movie Black Hawk Down, that takes place in Mogadishu. In fact, the movie Black Hawk Down is based around some of the events that affected my dad's friend Masakandi. He was friends with the prince who was over that area, and the events of Black Hawk Down was the assassination of that prince by a warlord. And what was really kind of messed up about that is a week before that assassination happened.
What was most specifically fucked up about that? The whole situation was very fucked up.
Oh, no. Well, no, what was actually kind of worse is actually a week before that happened, Masakande was, because, like I said, he was friends with that prince. He was really close with him. And he was planning to go see him, and then the assassination happened. But, a little bit off track on where I was going with that. So, when he was in the army, this is what I was told. Whether it's true or not, I'm not 100% sure, but I kind of believe it because this was his personality. He actually got full-on citizenship to be a United States citizen. Someone else called him an African American, and he took massive offense to that. He's like, I'm not African American, I'm American now. And this went on for about 20-30 minutes to the point where the guy kept going, and he ended up putting him in the infirmary. From what I understand, he actually beat the hell out of him.
It's a fortunate misunderstanding.
Well, no, and by the way, hi, Little Miss Cindy. The funny thing is according to technicalities, he would be right. He would be considered an African American because he was an African national who got American citizenship, which is much different than how it's used as a colloquiary term in the United States, meaning anyone with a darker skin pigment. So I think actually both cases of calling Elon Musk an African American and also this guy refusing to be called an African American are really good examples of it honestly has no meaning. And this is something for me. I've always been colorblind. I don't see skin color or any shit like that. I think who you are as a person has more effect on you than your skin color or any kind of stereotype. And
I've never given a shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, like that's kind of like just.
And to be honest, most people don't. let's be honest. Like racism. I stand by this. Like if you're
I
like,
work with too many people that's not true for them.
I think it is. Like I think like acts like when you're younger and you're raised alongside, like, let's say someone who's black, if you know, raised on someone who's Latino, Asian, you're gonna see that as normal. So you're not gonna be surprised by it. You're not gonna be scared by it. You're not gonna formulate any. If anything, you're gonna formulate positive things as long as the interactions are positive. But I think with most people, I'd like to think most people are kind of like me. Like you grew up, you went to public school, you were raised alongside people of all varieties of color, and you learned all of them are assholes just as much as each other, and it doesn't it doesn't really fucking matter how much melanin's in your skin.
Yeah.
Like you could be as much of an asshole if you're white, you're black, you're Latino, etc., etc., etc. You can be just as much of a good person too. It's really about how you're raised. I think it has nothing to do with genetics.
I agree and disagree at the same time. I don't think it's necessarily how you were raised. I think it's the environment you're around. I don't think it necessarily comes from parents. A good example of this is one of the guys I work with. He is black. His mom is black. His stepfather is Latino. I think he said he was actually specifically Mexican. And the funny thing is his stepfather actually has a very similar viewpoint to me. Like, you know, why are you getting upset because this, or this? You know, skin color doesn't really matter. And he's like, well, you just don't understand. Like, he's fucking Latino. Like, seriously, he's Mexican. Like, there are just as many Mexican jokes as there are black jokes, just as much as there are white jokes. Like, no, I think he pretty much fucking well gets it.
Well, anyway,
like, I'm not trying to be that person, but it's like, and this really took off on a weird tangent. But
they usually do.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't understand that shit. Like,
I don't either, but it's like, one of those things where I doubt. Again, if you're raised, if you're raised in a very open environment, you're just not gonna really like you're like the concept of someone's race and gender having an effect on who they are is really a meh. It's like you don't really see it. It doesn't matter. But anyway,
Elon Musk buying Twitter devolves into race talk.
To be fair, Twitter is like the hive of that shit. And unlike Twitter, we're actually able to have a calm conversation about it. Meanwhile, on Twitter, if you said even a fraction of what we just said, you'd be labeled with a cartoonish scroll of titles, none of which are should be very proudly displayed. But
now, actually, also, this is something me and you talked about either last night or the night before. I don't remember which.
Might have been the night before.
Yeah. It was the night before, actually. Yeah, because it was when we were talking about it was when we were in the voice call. Don't let that go. Like what we're saying, just because we tend to not give a shit about people, just because we don't give a shit about like people's skin color and stuff like that. You know, at the same time, we also kind of appreciate jokes and art from, as far as this is concerned, all spectrums of the political spectrum. Me and Asmogon actually, well, I discovered it a little bit later on. I'm pretty sure Asmo kind of knew about it from the get-go because, unfortunately, he is a bit smarter than me. Sometimes I can be kind of stupid. A YouTuber that he introduced me to made quite a few, like, huh?
I was welcoming Nathan. I don't know if we did or not.
Hello, Nathan. But he made like comments, but that doesn't mean, like, even though some of the shit he says I disagree with, just because I disagree with it doesn't mean it's not funny.
Nah. And the thing is, that's how the ideal society should be. It's not just a homogenous group of people who all agree and circle jerk about the same shit. You want to live in a society where there's disagreement and where there's different point of views. And, everybody theoretically should be able to get along and understand that though there's a difference of opinion, that's not a reason to hate one another. I think ideological wars are the stupidest wars, in my opinion, but we live in a modern one, so...
this might give away who it is, but I'm going to try to do it without saying who it is. I was watching some Monster Hunter content of this guy where he was playing Iceborne when it first came out years ago. Because I still haven't gotten to Iceborne, but I'm really kind of fascinated by it, and I really like this content creator as it is because I think he's fucking hilarious. And he broke everything except for the right wing of one of the monsters, and he called it the right wing monster and started making extremist comments. And for shock comedy, oh, it was hilarious. It actually really was. For what it was. I think it's an extreme caricature of saying like that is a right-wing creature because you could have people that are, center to right, you could have people that are just regular right, or you could have the extremists, and just saying anything right-wing is extreme is, that's a little stupid, but the jokes you were making were funny nonetheless. And you could sit here and pick it apart all day as saying like, well, no, that's not actually what right-wing means. Like, shut the fuck up, the joke was funny.
Yeah. The thing is, the best policy is if you can't laugh at yourself, you can't laugh at others. That's
I have the biggest card to be able to make jokes about myself, make Jews about myself. Actually, so this is not a joke. This is something that actually happened to me, and this is the funniest shit you will ever hear. My actual initials are JEM. So when we have to print off labels at work to label our food, we have to put in our initials to show which employee put the label on. So if there's something wrong with it, they can go, well, why did you do this the wrong way? Kind of a sense of accountability. So I wasn't paying any damn attention. I was talking to someone I was training as I was typing it in, and I actually typed in Jew for my initials.
You got to flip that last one upside down.
No. And I was sitting here and I didn't notice it until after I printed it off. I was like, wait, oh. Well, that kind of works for me too anyway. Everyone will know who it is. I mean, it's just one of those things where it's just a small slip, but damn, it was funny, actually. Like, that's not a joke. This actually happened to me. It was just the funniest damn thing to me for some reason.
I probably would have made a cheeky comment.
Oh yeah, like 3 people did. Including myself.
Alright.
But, so the consequences of Elon Musk buying Twitter.
Yes. Yeah. Elon Musk bought Twitter for, what was it, $43 billion?
44.
Ask me, he got one hell of a bad deal on that one.
I would say I would disagree with that, but I also think that he didn't buy it specifically to make a profit.
I'm just saying I don't think Twitter was worth that much. You ask me, the shareholders got one hell of a deal.
I think he didn't, like, to put it in the most basic of terms, he didn't buy Twitter to make a profit. He bought Twitter to make a point.
I believe that is very true. I also think, though, given Elon's history, I think he might also have a plan. Like, he might...
absolutely.
I think he has a plan to turn it into a profitable venture. And he's already, according to lots of sources, including him himself, he's planning on making Twitter private. He's taking it off the shares. He's removing it from the market, which is a big fucking deal.
Oh, yeah.
For anyone who's not very stock literate or doesn't know how that works, when a company is private, basically, like, let me take Scarlet Game Studios, my company. My company's private. I'm the sole proprietor and owner. I'm the CEO, I'm the CFO. I control all of its assets, and I create all of its assets. And if I were to hire employees, I bear the sole burden of all the tax weight of that. I bear all the money comes from me and goes to me. And from there, I get to choose where it's allocated. A private company is basically a cordoned off circuitry of profit. there's it's a single tunnel of where the money goes, and from there, again, the money goes to me, and if I had employees, I then pay them and contract them. I do that with.
I don't believe that's so much what scares people.
No. I'm just explaining. I'm not explaining what scares people. I'm explaining how it works. How private versus open market.
Yeah, but I think the difference is it being private instead of the financial part of it. What's making people really freak out is it's not just the financial part. The decision making comes from either one person.
Yeah. That's part of it. Is when it's again that closed off circuit of a private company. The CEO or the controlling body is the controlling body. There's nothing above them, really. There's no proper board of directors. Well, you might have a board of directors of people who had the shares when it went private, and therefore they control everything at the top of the tree. But besides that, generally, again, private company, it's a closed-off financial circuit. Whereas if you're on the open market, people can purchase what are called stocks or shares in a company, which is basically a percentage of the company's net worth value that you now own. It's basically, the best way to put it is, if it were a building, you own a brick.
Yeah.
You own a brick of the building. And if that brick makes money, weird analogy here, but if that brick makes money, you make money. And you all get a percentage of the overall profits that come out of it. I'm trying to simplify it as best I can, but it's one of those things where it's complex and simple at the same time. When you explain it simple, it sounds too simple, but sometimes it can be. But yeah, with that idea though, with a company having shares, is each of the shares and each of the stocks, Adrianus, that is in the open market, that's more and more people who get to buy and trade those stocks, and they are a great indicator of the company's value, and the company gets kickback for whenever shares are sold or when they're bought. And it's this big jumbled mess, but the gist of it is you can potentially make a lot more money as a open company on the stock market, because people will buy your company. They'll buy portions of your company for a net value that is agreed upon by the stocks themselves as they kind of bid for it. And your company can make a stratosphere amount of money by doing that, but at the sacrifice of autonomy. You now no longer have a sole proprietor, a sole controlling unit within your company, within your business. So that's kind of the best gist I can give about why a company would go public and what going public in the stock market and stock trades are versus private. And even then, again, I'm not an economist. I'm not take my understanding for it is I've researched it, I've looked into it, and I understand it from a baseline, but that's the best way I can describe it based on what I understand. If someone watches the VOD of this and wants to correct me, feel free. But that's like the general gist I could give. But in this case, like we just said, Elon Musk offered to buy the company for, and this is straight up, this is like all the stocks, the whole shebang, which he started just with 10% he bought, and then he's gone for the rest of it. And he bought the rest of it for 33% above market share, which means the general stock value of a single stock or a single share in the company, he offered 33% more of that to all the existing shareholders to sell him the shares. Which I wouldn't have done. I would have taken much longer at the negotiating table. I would have started, if I was really as determined as he clearly was to buy the company, I would have started, and who knows, maybe he did, and it just came to 33% after he kept upselling them. But I probably would have started with 5% above shares. And if nobody kind of grumbled at that and they all ignored me, I would have doubled that. I would have been like, all right, 10 or even tripled it. I would have gone 15% above market share. I would have kept going until they met a number that they were satisfied with. And again, this might have been how the negotiation went. It probably is. But I'm just saying, the way it's read whenever it's reported about it is he just went from owning 10% to then all of a sudden being like, all right, here, I offer all the shareholders 33%. Give me. Oh, good God. Hey, Jackson, just got here. What I miss? We're going over, trying to go over it briefly, the Elon Musk Twitter acquisition. And I just went on a nerd spiel about explaining how stocks and private companies work.
So now, as far as the consequences for this, I think that short term it will be a lot more of people. I think a lot more. There'll be less people being able to say, "Well, you can't say that," and then just getting you banned. I think that will stop.
Hmm. Yeah.
Which, on the grand scale and on the small scale of things, I think would both be good because you got, on the grand scale, you got. And I'm not saying this shouldn't be the case, and I'm not saying there's any specific instance of this. But here's where I stand on this. If you decide to have a Twitter account, politician, I believe that if, as a company, it is going to get rid of politicians on the side, no politicians at all on Twitter. Or at least no political. No, like, they can have private accounts, but not like public. This is like, I am the governor of this state, public political account.
Yeah,
That's the case.
I think, and most people, I think, agree with this sentiment. Well, when I say most people, most people who aren't
Insane.
are insane ideologues that want to censor people's speech. If you're not a hardcore authoritarian, well, let's be frank, fascist, that believes, censoring people's free speech because you don't like the fact that they counter your arguments. People, there's a lot of those types on Twitter. In fact, they're arguably, if not the majority of people, they're the majority of the voice on Twitter right now that have been like that for a long time. And yes. Elon Musk has gone up, has grinded against them several times, and I think that's very clearly why he's doing this right now, is he's sick and tired of it just as much as the rest of us, and he's saying, fuck you, like, no more of this crap. This is the public square now. The digital world is the public square. And the fact that you're blocking people from being able to espouse their opinion and espouse their perspective, whether it's from politics all the way to something as stupid and innocuous as gaming. And, well, it's stupid and innocuous to, like, the world, right? Like, let's be honest. As much as we're all gamers here. Yeah, as much as we're all, like, gamers and stuff here, and we love video games, and we value them. If they were to go away, we would be, we would feel terrible. But in the grand scheme of the world, video games are a very small scale issue. They're very innocuous, and realistically, when you get into these, when people get banned because they have an opinion about a video game in the public square, that's again like that someone will characterize as a political assassination of some kind. It's ridiculous. Like we're at this point where people are getting banned and they're getting silenced and censored over absolutely nothing.
Well, that's kind of where I was going. That's where I was kind of going with it. The small scale example I was going to have is, and actually you touched on something else that was really, I think, a little bit better. But on the small scale, let's say you have a gaming community, and just as a really good example of this, K community on Twitter, which is probably one of the most fucking toxic communities I've ever seen. Not because the people like me and Asmo are toxic, as certain people want you to believe, but no, because the people who don't like me and Asmo for saying, no, you can pretty much say whatever you want, but if you say stupid shit, we probably won't listen to you. But you are absolutely, but you have every right to say the stupid shit that you want to say.
Yeah.
That's unacceptable to some people, and they're the ones that call us the villains, because, like, no, people can't say, like, shut the fuck up. The people who say, like, no, you can't even say that, and then try and get people kicked out of the community, those are the ones that are really throwing a fit because they're losing that power. Where the people like me and Asmo didn't give a shit before, and realistically don't give a shit now, because for us it really doesn't change anything.
Yeah. Like, as far as I'm concerned, say whatever you want to say. Yeah. You want to say the most horrendous shit on the planet? Go ahead. I don't care. I won't associate with you. Especially if I find it abhorrent, I will not associate with you, and I will directly avoid you. And I will even denounce you, but your right to say what you had to say, I will never question, nor will I ever advocate for you to be silenced arbitrarily. With the exception, of course, of death threats. Like, if you're threatening someone's life, I think that you have every right to be banned, and you should be banned for that. Like, that's beyond the line.
Well, that makes it an actual crime.
Yeah.
Because that is assault.
Yeah.
Saying that you will harm someone or that you will kill them is actually a crime.
Yeah.
That crime is assault.
Yeah, and
But
that should not be allowed.
now
Short of that, though.
Yeah, now this goes back to something you said where people being blocked. I believe it is the individual's right to say, hey, I don't want any more from this people. They can individually block them, but not get someone removed from the platform. Short of it being a crime.
That's
hey, Cardiff Corn.
Hey, Cardiff Corn. So, yeah, like that pretty much summarizes my views, and that's also what summarizes kind of like what I want Twitter to be, or what, not just Twitter, but social media as a whole. I want it to be a space where you can make horrendous jokes, you can say horrendous things, you can even say something that people will label hate speech as much as you want. You should be allowed to say it, and not just stuff I don't care about, but you should be able to say stuff that directly offends me. You should be able to say horrible things about me. You should have every right to do that, and I have every right to say horrible things to you back, as long as neither of us are exchanging direct threats, doxing each other, or straight up defamation of character to a legal sense, which, by the way, is not just telling somebody they're an idiot online. True defamation goes way beyond that. But short of breaching the law, I should be able to call someone a cunt, and they should be able to call me a cunt back. And that should be how it works. The system can regulate itself. And this whole dialogue about, we're censoring fake news, we're censoring lies and stuff like that. Who decides that, first of all? But second of all, oftentimes people will say that in reference to people giving a genuine perspective on a topic, but because it doesn't politically align with a certain group, it's now being labeled as a lie and not being allowed to be presented to the public square for people to judge with their own minds and their own sight. Now it's, this is our opinion, and we're not showing you the other side, so just believe we're correct.
And on that
note, listen, if you're afraid of someone's opinion or speech to that'll turn someone away from your perspective, perhaps it's not because the other speech is I don't know, brainwashing people. Maybe it's because you're wrong, and other people see it when they see the other side and what the other side has to present. They've presented evidence, they've presented their take, and their take is more genuine than theirs. Maybe you're scared of that speech for a reason.
Well, talking about the whole fake news thing, did you see the recent story about Jack Dorsey?
I have not. Is this...
It's relevant into what you said.
Okay.
So, when Elon Musk was in the process of buying Twitter, I think a couple days before when he actually bought it out, Jack Dorsey came out and said, no, CNN was trying to do a fake news story, and they even came to me trying to get more fake news. So, if, we're going to start banning, fake news, let's just say that's a thing that we're going to try and do. Where does it start? Where does it stop? Does it start, with, the small people? For instance, if me and you said, Taco's going out of business because they're finally, karma's finally fucking catching up to them for the stupid shit that they put out, which is fake news. That's not actually happening, But if we were to say that, and say it with any kind of vehemence, it would be considered news, and that would be exactly what it is. Now, does it start and end there? Or does it start there and end with, major corporations like CNN who have been caught doing that shit, or MSNBC, or hell, even Fox News, take it from the opposite end of the spectrum. Where does it start? Where does it stop? If there are no lines, and we do it across the board, I still say it's fucking stupid, because who determines what fucking fake news is?
Exactly. So, in my opinion, again, short of it breaching the law, it should be allowed. Even if, again, it's abhorrent, evil things to say, should be allowed to be said.
Now, the only time that I think there should be any kind of censoring of news is, let's say there was, and this is unfortunately kind of common in the United States, let's say there was an armed robbery or a shootout and there were victims, do not release the identity of the assailant or the victims or the law enforcement officer.
I agree. But that's
like at
that's
that point,
basic protection. I still think
right?
the crime should be shown, like because I think the public, especially if it's the local public, has a right to see the crime, to understand
No,
the especially if there's a manhunt going on. Like let's say in the
yeah.
said robbery, someone got away. I think someone being allowed to see the whole crime allows an individual to realize the severity of it. That way, if they encounter the man on the run, they know how important it is to get on the phone and get away from him.
Well, no, my example was more of like you see
I know,
this all the time.
I'm just stressing that point.
No, and I agree with you there. But like, let's say the assailant was either shot and killed, or was arrested, which I know is a very specific example. But here lately, and we've been seeing this a lot, mainstream media has been very hesitant to say what someone's skin color is, especially if it's a specific skin color. Not like people can watch the fucking video or anything. And I think that right there is abhorrent. That is twisting the news for a narrative. All you have to do to say at that point is, an armed assailant robbed a store, shot and wounded one victim, was chased down by police, and then arrested. Doesn't say how many police were involved, doesn't say who the victim was, or what ethnicity or gender. Same thing for the assailant. That's the headline right there.
Well, for me, I'm of the mind that we should have one extreme or the other in regards to how much information they give. For example, if you're going to stress that a criminal, for example, is white, you can't then on another crime that's committed say that they're Latino or they're Asian or they're black. You have to do either you don't say it across the board, or you give that description across for everybody. If it's important for a white person to be identified as white in their crime, then it's important for a black person to be identified as black in their crime. And if it's not important for the black person to be identified in the crime as black, then why is it important for the white person to be identified?
And the only time
pick one. You can't do that for one crime and then not for another to fit in a narrative. Be news or be a tabloid, but be honest about being a fucking tabloid.
And this is where something you said, like for me, like I said, the way I would do it is exactly the way I said it. The assailant, the victim, and the police. Say it that way. Doesn't release any indication of gender, ethnicity, any of it. The only time where I would not do that is like the assailant is currently on the run. If they know who it is, like it is, Bob Freeman, this is who we're looking. This is the individual we suspect was behind it. He was caught on camera. That way people know, like you said, hey, if you see this guy, don't, go up to him.
Yeah.
Shit like that. That's the only time, if they were on the run, then yes, that's when you release the identity or the suspected identity of the assailant. Yeah. If they've already been unfortunately killed or hopefully arrested, then there's no need to release the identity.
Yeah. So to kind of wrap it up a little bit. Actually, no, we actually never really mentioned the predictions we have. So yeah.
Well, no, we kind of did because we were talking about where.
Yeah. So to kind of wrap it up with the Elon Musk buying Twitter thing is, I believe, we already know Musk is planning to make it private, or at the very least he said that. I don't know, maybe his new crew there might talk him into keeping it public for whatever reason. But regardless, that's possibly going on. And once it is private and him being the majority controller, I think he has a plan to monetize it, and hopefully in a way that isn't super obtrusive to current users. My hope is he adds a fucking edit button. Because you know how many times I've put up a tweet where I spelled your wrong? Instead of saying you are your, it's your as in your property, as in your control. I get to a degree, why Twitter doesn't have it. I mean, let's be honest, the core reason is because it's to inflate arguments and stuff. Because if you misspell something or you phrase it wrong, that creates more clicks and responses and retweets. That's why they have it the way it is. But another argument to be made is why you shouldn't be able to edit it is some of the statements that a public figure makes should be held to account as remaining that way. So, like, there's a bit of argument why it should be, like, if someone makes a tweet, it should be preserved as the original or should be deleted and redone.
Real quick interjection. Real quick interjection. Carneth Corn put in the best pun, and you almost killed me by making me laugh and cough. Be prepared for Musk coin and Elon FTs.
No, thank you.
I don't care. That's a good pun. No, I actually had to mute my mic because I started coughing so bad it made my side hurt more. So I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah, the more I think about it, what an unfortunate last name to a degree. There's so many jokes you can make with Musk.
Again, I think that's more of a, like we touched on earlier, I think where it's South African, that might be a common
I don't know if this is a thing, but total missed opportunity if Elon Musk has not started a brand of cologne. He just comes out on camera advertising and goes,
Everyone, clip that and at Elon Musk on Twitter and tell him to come up with his own cologne.
It's such a missed opportunity if this isn't a thing. He just comes out on camera, holds up, it just says Musk on it, and he's like, you want to smell like $44 billion?
Yeah, like that shit would sell.
I'd buy that, unironically. I'd put that on my shelf, never open it, and be like, yes. Oh god, but
he wouldn't even and also he strikes me as the kind of guy who wouldn't even sell it for that much. Because let's take this into consideration. Have you seen the cost of a Tesla?
Isn't it like $1,400 for the cheapest one?
No, it's like 14,000.
14,000.
Yeah, it's about the same amount as buying a regular car. And you would think, like, a full-on electric car should be more expensive than a regular car. But no, they're actually, in some cases, even cheaper than cars of about the same size. So, like, I don't, joking aside, I think Elon Musk actually, he will try and make a profit, but he doesn't try and screw people just to make a profit.
He's a businessman. There's going to be some screwing over. No matter what, that's the nature of business. But he does come off as someone who, at the very least, if you want to take the darkest worldview of the man, he's a narcissistic psychopath that wants to be seen as the hero. He has a hero complex, and there's an argument to be made that the strongest example of that is him challenging, unironically, Putin to a 1v1. But at the same time, I try to look at the world in a more positive light. I think he is actually, when I say good person, it's good person as far as you can be good again in this world. I don't mean like he's a hero for justice and glory and he seeks no foulness. The guy fucked Amber Heard, so he's got to have some low standard somewhere. But he's a decent person. I hope he is. He does seem to make choices that I think are... He
seems eccentric. Well, I'll say it that way. He seems eccentric.
He's definitely eccentric. He's definitely a little nuts. Fun fact, he doesn't own a house.
I'll put it in the simplest way possible. I think he has more positive intentions than negative intentions.
Yeah, that's my hope at the very least. But again, like darkest worldview, he's just an attention-seeking narcissist. I hope that's not the case. I hope he's more of a businessman that wants to do good. But it's sometimes very hard to tell, especially since at this point he's reached celebrity status very much. So with that, there's that veil. You know, like I thought Will Smith was an awesome guy just based on his roles that I grew up watching. But as an adult, you kind of figure. They're an act, they're literally acting, so it's hard to make that
I don't know. I think with Elon Musk, it seems like a hell of a lot less of an act.
Yeah, well, it's definitely less of an act because he's an actual businessman making purchases and stuff. But it's
not just that. I think
there's still that veil.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot less of a veil. I think he's definitely more genuine than most people of his status.
But yeah, that I hope to see good changes on Twitter. I hope to see listen, I'm not even a massive fan of him, but and I won't say his name because YouTube will actually demonetize us instantly. The color orange is commonly connected to this person. And his banning was big national news on.
So I'll say this, because this was actually in the news either yesterday or the day before. The person you were talking about has said even if Elon Musk buys Twitter and the account gets unblocked, he will not rejoin Twitter.
I can't blame him, to be honest. I'm only on Twitter because of the 40K, like the 40K group. Shout out to Lord Metalman and his group.
Yeah,
they're pretty cool. They're pretty great. The Legion of Unpopular Opinions, and they keep it.
Awesome.
They keep the 40K on Twitter. Their group does their best to keep politics out of the hobby aspect, and they're very cool about doing regular stuff to keep the 40K community on Twitter engaged in actual 40K conversations and sharing minis and stuff like that. So massive credit to them. I want Twitter to feel more like that, though. Feel like the public square where you can have the big conversations about controversial stuff and nobody have the fear of being banned because they don't have the correct opinion. But at the same time, having those sub communities that don't have to get dragged into that just talk about dumb shit like, playing with plastic toys and painting them.
now because I've actually gotten halfway decent segues. Now that we've talked about Elon Musk buying Twitter, things that we probably shouldn't talk about on YouTube.
Now that we've spoken about a very powerful businessman that wants to go into space, let's talk about Mr. House.
No! Wait, no! I had a better segue than that.
Damn it!
Now that we've talked about Elon Musk buying Twitter, probably stuff that we shouldn't be talking about on YouTube, and dancing around the subject of a certain person that we can't mention on YouTube, let's get to the real controversial subject. Was Fallout New Vegas the worst Fallout game that they came out with?
Correct. Now, I'm going to...
And I actually, while we were going through that, I listed down all the Fallout games, both the Bethesda-esque Fallout games, Fallout 3, New Vegas 4 and 76, and the Black Isle Studio. That were 1, 2, and Tactics. And I have 2 separate lists. One including one that's just the Bethesda-esque, and one that includes the non-Bethesda game.
Right. And real quick, I'm going to start this off with a poll. I want, and this is not a poll about the public's opinion on this, because this is a little bit of background for why this is a big topic for this stream. Is if you've been watching GT since the beginning, me and Ludus have had, I want to say, 3 or 4 major disagreements. 3 or 4 major, like, this is where a hard line, we don't agree.
I know we've had the one on Fallout.
We've
had the one on Mass Effect.
We've had 2 on Fallout, because we've had New Vegas and 76.
Oh, yeah.
So we've had those 2.
There's those 3.
And Mass Effect.
Those are the ones I can really think of.
Those are the only 3 I can think of.
Okay.
So that's why I said 3 or 4. But with that being said, the big one I wanted to kind of bring up today is kind of a fun conversation, fun debate almost, is us speaking about Fallout New Vegas. Now, I'll say my side right now, you say yours, and then I'm going to give them a rundown of like how we plan to go through this whole thing.
Oh man, I do want to, because Chaos Ravens still defile. Fallout 4 is the worst Fallout game. Fallout 76 gets a pass because you can play with friends at least. If you ignore the shop where you spend IRL money, we don't count the Brotherhood of Steel game.
Also, welcome Kyle Jordan Gaming, and also welcome.
And so I'm assuming by Brotherhood of Steel game they mean Fallout Tactics.
I think I still have yet to play Fallout Tactics. I played Fallout 1. I've played Fallout 2. I don't think if I've played Tactics, I ghosted it in my memory.
Because it's like Fallout Brotherhood of Steel Tactics. On Steam, it's just Fallout Tactics.
Yeah,
But anyway, so how did you want to do this?
All right, so I'll give my view on New Vegas. You give yours. And then I'm going to pose to them like how the rest of the stream and how the rest of the debate is going to go, like the format of it. I've
Well, I was gonna
already
say,
told you, but they don't know yet.
well, I was going to say, do you want to actually list off the Fallouts in order? That's what we both think. That way, it gives a more definitive view.
Oh yeah, I guess we can do that.
Talking Death Claws for the win. Okay, now hold on a minute. Now that wasn't just in Brotherhood of Steel. That was also in Fallout 2.
Yeah, this poll is a fun poll. It's not actually going to decide anything, but I'm just curious about it. So let me throw that up, and then I'll go through. All right. So.
Oh, the other one was yes, your poll came. Okay, there we go.
Yes.
The other was the Space Wolf Thousand Sun debacle. That's not so much more of a debate. That's just more preference.
Right. That has actually been that's kind of been a debate back and forth. It's very cheeky though.
Yeah, but that's like the difference between that and our Fallout debates or our Mass Effect debate is, so with the Fallout and Mass Effect, we're having a subjective debate on something that's very objective. So with Mass Effect, it's based on the ending. With Fallout New Vegas, it's more of like the play style in the story, in the way the story is told. With 76, for me, it's more on the building aspect or the crafting aspect. So those are very objective things, but we both have subjective opinions on it.
Right.
The Space Wolf Thousand Sun is just two subjective opinions. Like, you can say, yeah, the Space Wolves are awesome because they're space Vikings, all this shit. And like, same thing for the Thousand Suns. You can say, yeah, they're awesome because they are Egyptian-esque and, they can turn shit to dust with their mind, including themselves. But, at the end of the day, it's just two very subjective opinions.
Yeah.
So, but there's really not an objective point where you can say, you could say, Space Wolves are good because this and this. Space Wolves are bad because this and this. And that would be close to the same thing as far as a debate. But actually saying one Legion better than the other, it's a different kind of conversation altogether.
Very much so. So yeah. Do you want to start going through all the Fallouts, or do you want me to?
Because I have it written down and I'm not entirely sure you do, I would be more than happy to go.
I don't. I'm going off the top of my head.
Okay. Because I have mine written down. Because I'm ADHD as hell. I mean, I'll go first, absolutely.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to actually go through including the Black Isle Studios ones, which are 1, 2, and Tactics.
I would include them.
Huh?
I would include them, yeah.
Okay. So, starting from best to worst, I go with Fallout 4 because the crafting system, for me, I love the crafting system, the settlement building system. The storyline is meh at points, but overall, it doesn't really... It lost me maybe 1 or 2 times, but it quickly picked back up. Following that is Fallout Tactics, because again, talking Death Claws, you can have Death Claws in your party. It is a party over up top RPG. I forgot exactly what the term for it is.
Top down?
And up down. No, top down. Top down.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh, I thought you said up down. I was
that
doesn't sound
right. I heard you. I thought you said up down, so I said top down because I thought I was trying to correct you.
But Tactics would definitely be my second because of the top down aspects of it. I've always loved top down RPGs, so again, just personal preference. Then Fallout 1 and 2 because they easily have the best stories of the Fallout series. 76 comes back in because about the only thing that fucking saves it is the crafting system. 3 was trying to be what Fallout 4 would become without the crafting system and with a green tint. It had good stories, meh combat. New Vegas was Fallout 3 with a brown tinge with, in my opinion, not as good stories as Fallout 3 and not as good combat. Had a crafting system that was actually okay, but didn't have as much variety as I wanted. So this is not me saying that Fallout New Vegas is a shit game. It's just the one that I don't prefer. It's my least favorite of the Fallout game.
All right, so just to recap your list, Tactics 1 and 2 in that order, right?
Four Tactics, 1,
Okay,
2,
four
76,
Tactics,
3 New Vegas.
Okay. So my list would be from best to worst. Best Fall, I'd say, but I'm gonna omit Tactics because I'm pretty sure I haven't played it, so I'll omit it from my list. I'll just have it as an honorable mention. But 1 and 2 are my favorites. Story mainly. Gameplay wise, I find the gameplay of the original games, that top-down RPG style, really, really fun. But I don't know if I'd say I preferred it overall game flow wise than the later games. I don't know. Maybe it's just the first-person shooter ones felt better to me to a degree. But yeah, I loved the original games, story in particular. They were amazing. And I thought they were also the most expansive in terms of like setting up the lore. And so yeah, so 1 and 2. Then for 3, I'd probably put New Vegas. New Vegas would probably be third from the top. Fallout 4, 3, 76. That'd be my list. And the reason I put I
put my list in the chat.
Yeah. You did?
Yep.
Okay. I'll just quickly type mine in then. I'll do Fallout.
Kyle Jordan Gaming. Fallout 4 gets way more hate than it deserves. Maybe not the best, but I liked it.
I don't even really hate it. It's just... I'll explain later, but real quick.
3 has a special place because that's what got me into Fallout, then New Vegas, 4, then 76. I mean, that's fair. Like, and again, this is all very much so subjective. If 3 got you into Fallout, it makes sense that would be more important. If New Vegas got you into Fallout, it makes sense that would be important. If 76 got you into Fallout, it makes sense that would be, better for you. Just because you have those memories of it bringing you into the universe.
Yeah.
Like, you can objectively say, no, Fallout 76 is a trash game, but, it got me into Fallout, so the memories of it get me into Fallout, or the memories of it, me playing with my friends, those are what makes it better for me.
Yes.
Little Miss Cindy never got 1 and 2 to work for me, so I just watched Ox 1's vids. Odd, because I can... I'll have to sit down with you sometime, and if you actually have them, you might be able to troubleshoot, get them to work on your computer. If you get them through Steam, they should work, because that works on mine.
So yeah, the reason I put Fallout 4 above, the thing is, I put Fallout 4 above 3, mainly because I think the aesthetic is a little bit better. Something that's always off-putting in the right way, but also off-putting in some of the wrong ways about 3 was the green filter on everything. I don't know. I to this day I can't play Fallout 3 for more than 4 hours at a time without needing to take like an hour or 2 break, just because something about that green tint just bothers my eyes.
The green, and like I said with New Vegas, it was the brown tint too. Holy crap!
I liked the green tint. Like the green tint, I like the red and brown tint a lot more. I don't know, maybe because it felt more vibrant to me, or more saturated, and it was like less life sucked out. Like the life had been sucked out of it. I could play Fallout New Vegas like all day and be fine. Fallout 3, I need to take breaks, or my eyes start twinging and watering. Like it's like.
We got 6 votes on the poll,
right.
And it's literally 1 to 5.
Okay then.
Russian Badger won.
Yeah. Still, we both already seen that one, and you haven't seen the Ackman one.
So why did you put the poll
I already said I was curious, like what people's preferences was there, but at the end of it, still going with one you haven't really watched. So,
hey guys, which one do you like? Well, we're watching the other one instead.
Well, yeah, but I was still curious. But yeah. Other than that, yeah, Fallout 76 is at the bottom of my list for very clear reasons. I've stated it many times. And I don't care how the game has fixed itself up. That's one of those games that I hold it to how it launched. Like, it didn't have any goodwill left over for me whatsoever. Not enough to justify playing it again. So though it may be arguably a better game now, how it came out, I don't think justified or even gave room for enough forgiveness to play it to the modern. So, for me, 76 is at the bottom for pretty much every reason in the book. I fundamentally believe that is just a slap in the face to not only fans of Fallout, but people who play video games as a whole, because that they put on display the worst elements of the gaming industry right now, with the laziness, with the absolute shameful degree of incompetence.
Oh, by the way, I have found the best video game for fans. Like, for fans of that series, not necessarily Fallout.
You know what game we forgot to put on our list?
What?
Shelter.
I wouldn't even put it on the list. But no, Monster Hunter World. It is a game riddled with fan service, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Again, the YouTuber that me and you were talking about the other day that you got me into because I already didn't have issues with time management. When he was streaming Iceborne, he got to go in a hot spring and play around with his Palico, and you could like see all the different things that you could do, like with all the emotes they added in Iceborne. Like, that is nothing but fan service. They didn't have to put that in there, and they ended up doing it anyway.
And the Japanese have always been really good at fan service.
Yeah, sometimes.
They're masters at it. But, yeah, so...
I know Fantasy would argue that point, but, hey. Chaos Raven. I mean, Shelter is a fun toilet game to play while you're doing the doo-doo.
The doo-doo. Right, so we've given our list from top to bottom. You put New Vegas at the bottom, and yes, that's been the source of our debate for almost 2 years
Actually,
now.
what's actually kind of funny is if you take out the games that don't line up, if you take out Tactics, our lists are actually kind of close. Well, the difference is like, so I have, if I take out Tactics, I have 4, 1, 2, and then those are my top 3. Your top 3 are 1, 2, and New Vegas. And then you have 4, 3, and 76. Mine's 3, 76, New Vegas. So really, if you switch New Vegas and 4, our list would be a lot closer to you. I mean, realistically, when it comes down to it, we agree that in the top half of the list are 1 and 2, and in the bottom half are 3 and 76.
Yeah.
It's just the part where we really disagree is the placement of 4 in New Vegas.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely, for me personally, I definitely wouldn't put 4 at the top. I don't think it had a better story than 1 or 2.
Again, like,
Vegas. I even think 3 had a better story. One thing I absolutely give 4 though is aesthetically, it's much better than 3 to actually play through. Secondly, the story was passable. It wasn't like bad. It just didn't live up to 1, 2, 3, even New Vegas. Well, I say even New Vegas at all. But in every other regard, it pretty much thrived. It was a very immersive game. It had good crafting mechanics. Had a very strong gunplay. I like how they...
Settlement mechanics were cool.
Settlement mechanics were pretty cool. The feel of... but the thing is, what hurts for the most for me is... It's small things, but they add up to me, is the dialogue tree. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 for an option. And they come down to be mean, Be nice. Ask additional question. Goodbye. That's most of the tree throughout the game, and we all know it's because they wanted the main character to be voiced, but I find that such a detriment, and I hate that mentality that to make a game good, there needs to be voice acting for everything. I play I play Final Fantasy 14. Most of the dialogue in that is written and not voiced. And it's, in my opinion, got some of the best story in any video game ever. Like it's near the top of my fucking list. And your character is not voiced at all. Like you don't have any voiced lines. You do have dialogue here and there, but it's silent. It's still just as good. It's better because it doesn't. I don't understand this weird mentality that cropped up out of nowhere that you need to have voice dialogue for somehow to get an artificial thumbs up.
Okay, so I'm gonna name off a game that you're gonna have absolutely no clue what the fuck I'm talking about. Probably gonna be older than you. Actually, I'm gonna guarantee it's almost older. You said you're what, 21?
22.
I was close. That means it would have to come out before the year 2000.
But yeah,
yes, it is a year older than you. I am so sad now. It's called Age of Wonders.
Age of Wonders.
This is an old game that I grew up with. It actually has no real dialogue at all, but it has a very, very comprehensive story, and that story gets told two ways. They're either the forces of good, the Keepers, or the forces of evil, the Cult of Storms. And depending on which tree you choose, you can actually... So there are 12 different races. And as you go through the game, you can pick one of, I believe, two races. You start off as either halfling or goblin. And then from there, you can branch off to two separate races, then to two more separate races, then to two more separate races. Then you get your end race, which is the pure good Hyman or the pure evil undead. And through that, the story is modular in that whichever way you choose determines like how it kind of falls. But at the same time, it still gets to the same place at the end with this huge, massive battle between, I think, like, fucking different races at the end of the game. And, like, that had no dialogue. The only story you got was in between the missions and how you beat them and what choices you chose in between missions. As far as, like, which race you're going to pick next. So, for instance, if you're the Cult of Storms, you start off with goblins, you can choose, like, orcs, or fucking dark elves, or the desert people, or whatever. Like, that's what forms the story there. So you don't have any dialogue, you don't have any, like, direct interaction with the opposite faction until the absolute end of the game. It's just getting there, and that's what creates the story. Like, you don't need dialogue, you don't need, like, this... You do have this overarching good versus evil, but you don't have, like, the direct conflict, good versus evil, between the... you don't have, like, these huge direct combat maps throughout the entire game. You're like, oh, hey, we're going to go assassinate this person, we're going to go in hiding, or in the case of the Keepers, we got to get to this area before the Cult of Storms do, because we're going to steal this before they can. Shit like that. That's about as much story as you get. But at the same time, it's still a fucking phenomenal story. It starts off with someone dying and ends with someone dying.
I would have to look into it. I don't know much about
it. Now, to be fair, this is a game that I can barely get to work on my computer. It's that old. But what I can do is I can send you the Wikipedia. Gosh.
Oh yeah, by the way, for today's format, we're gonna be watching the Act Man's review of Fallout New Vegas, and we're gonna be using his review as jump off points to discuss different elements of New Vegas. And
be 1 second before we start that.
Yeah. Don't worry, we're not starting. I'm gonna screen share it, by the way. That way you have a direct view of it.
Okay. Well, I've also got to use the restroom.
Okay. But yeah. Problems with Fallout 4. Personally, voiced player, background already chosen based on chosen gender, i.e. female lawyer and male soldier. Yeah. I'm not a fan of that too much either. Rehash Fallout 3. The thing is, though, is if you look at Fudge Muppet, though, there's still a lot of flexibility with that. It's just one element of a background that you can work around. So there's, at least it's only one element that they kind of like, they affirm with your characters, but you can work around it. So I don't know, I definitely look at, I'd see that as a very minor for me personally. Rehash Fallout 3 main plot with reversed roles and much more. I don't really mind that either. I think that can work thematically, especially if you referenced the Lone Wanderer from Fallout 3 and you referenced those events and made it clear that this was meant to rhyme with that. I would like it more. I will say it does feel more coincidental with Fallout 4 to 3. It does feel like they're trying to act like this isn't meant to rhyme or is meant to flow with that. It's meant to be its own unique story, separated from it, yet they still have that rhyming element. So it does feel incidental, and it does feel like an accident, is the best way I know how to put it. Like they weren't trying to call back to it. So that's the mistake there. But in practice, they could make a reversed roles rhyming story to Fallout 3 and make it good, especially if they reference the Lone Wanderer, like I said, directly in the story, and maybe even espoused on the end fates of the canonical choice from that game. But that's a lot of ifs, of course.
I am back.
Welcome back. Now. So, yeah, we're going to be watching through... it's going to be a reaction as well for Ludus, since you haven't seen this. But the main point of us using the Act Man's review of Fallout New Vegas is, again, the jump-off points to kind of build... we're going to be jumping off the Act Man's points about why he loves New Vegas. And a lot throughout this, I'm going to be stating... there's going to be elements of this where we're just going to zip right through it because... both of us agree on a certain element that's good in New Vegas, so there's no real need to stop Actman making his point because we kind of agree with it.
Actually, real quick, I just want to, because I've actually changed one of my opinions. What's the best DLC for New Vegas?
The best DLC?
Mm-hmm. I actually have to look up the name because, like, as soon as I asked the question, I was like,
I know which one is my favorite, but it's the names that just slipped my brain.
What do you do in it?
It's the one with the canyon and the guy who got burnt by the Legion.
Yeah. Honest Hearts.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
That's my favorite.
So I was my opinion has always been Big Empty before, or Old World Blues is the actual name of the DLC. But no, Honest Hearts is just about.
Yeah, Honest Hearts is my favorite. I liked what that added to the game. It was kind of fun too.
I like Joshua Graham. That is now, Joshua Graham is a good example of character development.
Yes. Dead Money sucks big ass. Yeah, kind of. Defile agrees with you. Old World Blues.
Well, no. I changed my opinion.
Oh, you changed.
Old World Blues would probably be my second now.
Okay.
Honest Hearts would be my favorite. Then Old World Blues.
Is it bad? Sometimes I forget Dead Money's a thing.
then Dead Money, and then Lonesome Road.
All right, so let's get started with this. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's let Actman's opening skit play as well.
You got the views you were after, so pay up. You're crying to the subs, Pally. Guess who's waking up over here?
The reason I want to let it play a little bit is because
Time to cash.
what the first thing I want to talk about, and I know we're already springing off his video. This, by the way, keep in mind, this is not. There will be a lot of pausing. This is because we are conversing off of the points made in this video. The intros to each of the Fallouts. I think my favorite is New Vegas, but what's your favorite intro? Like the opening intro.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, because mine's New Vegas.
And now just intro or like intro sequence, which would also include like the pre-war segment of Fallout.
The intro sequence will include.
Okay. You know what? That actually really doesn't change my answer much. I'm gonna say probably either Fallout Tactics.
Fallout Tactics or what?
Fallout 1.
Fallout 1.
No, wait, hold on. No, Fallout Tactics or Fallout 2.
And I sometimes mix out Fallout 2 and Fallout 1's intro. Is Fallout 1's the one where it's like it zooms out from the TV that's still playing and then it shows like the ruined city and everything? Or is that the one where it's full, like it does like a pullout from like a power armor?
No, Fallout 1 is the one where it goes to the TV and it shows it shows them annexing Canada and all the glory that brings. And then 2 is the one where actually the chief of Arroyo also, like, the narration is done by Ron Perlman, and then the narration gets taken over by the chief of Arroyo, and then Fallout Tactics starts with Ron Perlman, and then it goes into the equivalent of the Brotherhood of Steel drill sergeant, kind of, talking to the recruit.
Right.
And I think that one would probably be the best for me. But that also, I think that has a lot to do with where I grew up in a military family. That just kind of appeals to me.
Yeah, I get you. My favorite is New Vegas. Mainly because of how directly it sets up the events of the rest of the game. Not to say the other intros don't. Obviously, they all do. But if we look at like Fallout 1, for example, that more or less just set the theme, right? Like, they didn't necessarily set your story specifically. But that makes sense. It's the first game. Second, if I recall its intro correctly, that also set more the theme unless your direct story. So though good intros and though good compositions, I don't necessarily think they're as good of intros to the game.
Well, Fallout 2 gives the intro because it not only sets you up for the theme, but also sets you up for the main overlying story, which is you've got to go get the Garden of Eden creation kit to keep the village from dying. And the same thing happens in Fallout 1, where the intro is started by Ron Perlman and gets taken over by the Overseer, and he ends up telling you, like, we need a water chip or we're going to die, essentially.
Okay.
So it does actually give you the story. It's just, at the same time, I like Fallout 2's because even with the crappy graphics at the time, Fallout 2 has the, it shows, like, the reasons you need the Garden of Eden creation kit, or GEC, because, you have these animals dying of famine, you have these malnourished children who are sick, and this is just in your village, and it shows all of this happening. And actually, later on in the story, you get to see an area called Vault City where they actually used a GEC and what it can do. And unrelated to the intro sequence, but it also increases desire, I guess, for you to get a GEC so your area can flourish.
I guess continue to kind of express it. The other thing to note about New Vegas's intro over others is, and again, I am including the whole sequence, not just the cinematic part of it, which would cut out the part where Ron Perlman kind of voices over the description of the wasteland and gives a brief description over the state of New Vegas. But also the cinematic part where they kind of zoom out of the Las Vegas Strip. They zoom out of that. They then like without cutting to anything, without like it's a very smooth transition to then the ranger aiming his sniper, firing it off and hitting a bandit in the head, a raider in the head, and then from there it fades out to then Ron Perlman giving his description of the events, the scene, setting everything up, and then the intro sequence ends with you, the courier, with your hands tied, and Benny saying establishing the line. He's got the two raiders with him, and he ends it off with saying the game was rigged from the start and fires. For me, that whole composition from an animation standpoint, the animation doesn't hold up to modern standards, but I thought it was really, really good from the aesthetic standpoint, but also the thematic build of the significance of what you were currying, establishing your role and an initial inspiration for the player to thrust them forward into the wasteland, and also establishing our initial villain very directly. I think, and then later on him being more or less the middleman villain. Really, for me, I found that as just a perfect setup for the whole game. And though certain other intros might do the cinematic element better, or might do the just the setup or thematic building better, I think the overall composition of New Vegas's intro for the rest of the game, I think, is the best one out of the series.
I see what you're saying. Again, for me, I think it still goes back to Fallout Tactics, because you have the literal you have the part that is still again essentially sergeant. He's saying like, if you damage your armor, you will get a week in the box. If you damage your weapon, you will get a week in the box. If you lose either, you will be shot. And I think that actually does a really good build up of the force that you're trying to join, I guess.
Yeah.
I think because you really start off as a Brotherhood of Steel recruit, it shows you as kind of like, no, you are going to listen to this, and if you fuck up, you will be killed. If you fuck up, you will be punished. If you royally fuck up, you will be killed. I think that honestly sets a tone better for the game, for Tactics, than New Vegas, but this also goes to, those are two entirely different games and two entirely different styles too.
Fair, yeah. All right, so we've made our points established there, so let's keep going.
Cash out. Will you get it over with? Maybe cons like Fallout 4, but I ain't a fink. Dig? You've clicked on your last video, kid. Sorry you got twisted up in this review. From where you're viewing, it must seem like an 18-karat run of bad clickbait. Truth is, New Vegas was awesome from the start.
That's not a bad parody.
No, that was really good.
The Fallout series is easily one of the most recognized and beloved in all of gaming. With its nihilistic tone, diverse characters and factions, all with deep history and lore, Fallout defines the word nuclear. Nuclear?
Don't ever say nuclear in front of my sister. She's a grammar Nazi. She will literally put her hand on your mouth and say nuclear. Nuclear. like she treats you like a baby for 5 seconds. Like, Jesus Christ, woman, you know what I meant.
Clear? I mean, just look at how cute Vault Boy is. Aww. Fallout's also unique because it's really...
This isn't really a point about New Vegas, but kind of interesting how hardcore marketing they put for like the Vault Boy and everything else IRL, when it's supposed to be a big joke in game about like ultra corporate capitalistic what's the term? Oh fuck!
I forgot about the toaster.
Forgot about the toaster.
I love the toaster. The toaster is one of my favorites. Look, now, what does that say though about the game? One of the best characters in Fallout New Vegas was a toaster.
But it was a very awesome character, and taken out of context, that sounds like a denigration of the game. But in context, you understand just how significant that is. That they made the game is so good that they made a toaster very engaging.
Than other NPCs.
Very engaging. So I'll have you know, you may think this is not the doc you think it is.
But do you remember? Who was it? Ranger Jackson out at Mojave Outpost.
Yeah.
The toaster was a better character than Ranger Jackson.
Yeah.
That's kind of the point I was trying to make. Like, it's
That's
not so
one
much
character, though. Like, I don't think the toaster's better than.
No. It's not just one character. Ranger Jackson was supposed to be an important character. At least for the early game, he was supposed to be an important character.
Actually, that does bring up a good question. Maybe we'll bring this up at the end, but I'm curious to pose a question to you about this. But I'll hold off on posing it till later. But
I'll forget.
Yeah, I find it nutty that Bethesda has gone so hard in like selling the Vault Boy and stuff like that, when the Vault Boy and everything inside the lore of Vegas was supposed to be kind of a cheeky parody of like ultra capitalistic like salesmanship and stuff, even when it's something as morbid as Fallout shelters. And I find a bit of irony there.
Funny and
everyone
cheerful
needs a
at
mascot.
times.
Try not to smile so wide, baby. You might break your mouth.
You know, because post-apocalyptic stories aren't usually
I hated that scene so much in that movie.
Kills dog.
But in Fallout, you've got this really dark sense of humor.
Stop! What the fuck are you doing? My brother died at the Battle of Hoover Dam. You're desecrating a war memorial.
You're a little bitch and your brother was too.
Damn!
Oh, now it's on!
But to truly appreciate what an accomplishment New Vegas is, we gotta head.
See, now listen. That's the big thing. Again, I'm going to dock Fallout 4 so hard for this. This is what happens when you give the player more than 4 options to speak.
Yeah.
Like, you get to have, okay, here's your speech option if you want to negotiate with him, because you put points in the speech. Oh, you want to be a dick, start a fight. Oh, you want to be middle of the ground. Oh, you want to ask a different set of questions. Boom, 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 boom. You have options, baby. Fallout 4, you want to be an ass? You want to be nice? You want to ask an additional question? You want to leave?
So, if I remember right, the actual description of the 4 was positive reaction, negative reaction, additional info, or sarcastic.
It's so stupid how badly they downgraded the tree.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. I think had they kept the tree system from like Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, that it would have been better for dialogue.
But they had to have all the lines voiced, don't you know?
Now, I will say, I do think making the lines voiced, if they would have been able to do both, make the lines voiced and keep the dialogue the way it was, that would have been better, but I understand why they couldn't. I'm not saying it would, I think absolutely the less spoken dialogue and the non-voiced main character with the
now this is where I'm going to disagree with you, because there is actually a quality element to not having the character voiced, because if you keep in mind it's your character, it's like your crafted character, and you would want to project your voice onto the character, would you not? Even if it's not a character supposed to represent you, it's a character you've crafted, so you want to impose upon that character, if not your voice, then another voice. Like maybe you wanted to make a character that was inspired to you by Ron Perlman, for example, and you imagined his voice over the lines. That allows another layer of investment in the dialogue that's exchanged, I think.
Well, so what I was trying to say is, so let's say that your only choices are the 3 options: the non-voiced main character with the dialogue options like Fallout 3 and Fallout New, or you have the lesson list with the fully voiced character, or you have a fully voiced character with the list similar to Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas. I'm saying if those are your three options, then fully voiced with the list would be the better choice of the three. I'm just saying, like, I think that would be the better choice. But with what they had, I understand. Now, if it's just between the two, I agree with you that Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas did it better with more options without the voiced character. But where they were trying to go voice, that was something that they had to have, apparently.
Yeah, again,
I understand.
my point is they shouldn't have gone for that. Because
I agree
for me, it's one of those things. It's the equivalent of when a game company prioritizes like visual fidelity over game function.
Yes.
It's like, hey, we want this to look really pretty, but the game lags at 2 FPS. Doesn't matter. That 2 FPS looks sexy.
Yeah. No. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I agree with you there.
Yeah.
Like, I think, honestly, if they were going to go fully voiced, they should have gone all the way. They just kind of half-assed.
Yeah.
Well, but, and again, this could be just limitations with their time schedule, with, their capabilities, or their financial capabilities.
I think it's financial. I think, because the thing is, voice actors
are not cheap.
they're not cheap, and especially when you have to voice that many lines. I'm sure the contract's already big with the 4 options they got to voice for every single interaction. And
not to mention that each interaction has 2 voiceover actors, one male, one.
Hey, Chainsaw, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Welcome to the podcast.
Hey, Chainsaw.
Yeah, welcome to the GT podcast. Today we're kind of going over one of our biggest long-standing debates between the two of us. New Vegas is one of my favorite Fallouts, definitely my favorite out of the FPS ones, and New Vegas is
my least favorite.
Your least favorite, yeah. So welcome. Yeah, like that's my point about like the dialogue thing. Like yeah.
No, I 100% agree with you.
Yep. All right, let's go.
Down to the strip, baby. Why are people able to put thousands of hours into this single-player game? How is the combat customization and RPG mechanics? Why is the story and characters so...
That is actually one something I know, again, if this is going to be a lot of pausing, so if that irritates some people, leave now. But how many hours would you say you put into Vegas?
600 to 800.
Yeah, I'd say
I've beaten the game at least.
I played it on my PlayStation mostly back in the day, so my PC hours are probably less than 100, maybe a little bit over 100. My hours on PlayStation when I played it was, I want to say 700, 800 hours. I played a lot of different playthroughs.
Oh yeah, so did I.
So if you combine all of the hours I put in the game, it's probably around 800. The second like follow-up question I would throw in with that is how many hours do you think are put into an average RPG, especially if it's open world?
Through one playthrough?
Yeah.
It depends. For a good open world RPG, 50 to 100.
I would say for...
Now, again, there are some with like 20 to 40. It may be open world. It's just really small.
True.
Steve, for example, like Saints Row style of games. They're an open world RPG, technically.
I wouldn't call it an RPG, but I definitely would call it open world.
What would you call it?
Outside of equipping guns, there's not really stats. You got reputation grind, I guess, but that's kind of loose.
Okay. Now just because I'm going to nitpick the hell out of this, because you said it and you started this, what does RPG stand for?
Role-playing game.
Mm-hmm. So now explain to me what would Saints Row be if it were not a role-playing game?
Sandbox.
I would still call it an open... Well, you can have sandbox role-playing game.
True, but again, I
it's
think
not really a sandbox because you don't build up like it's not like I would consider SimCity sandbox.
Keep in mind, it also depends on which Saints Row we're talking about, but the Saints Row games and GTA, to kind of throw it in for extra credit,
yeah,
I'd say GTA 5 and maybe 4 were probably the closest to becoming RPGs because they actually had like individual stats for like athletics, and especially if you go like look at GTA Online, there's actual stats that you can grind and increase in level and stuff like that. That's an RPG. If we look back at like Saints Row 2, we look back at GTA, Vice City, and stuff, they didn't really have stuff like that. You just kind of robbed people, stole their money, and then you could buy the best gun in the game as early as possible if you did that.
But you are playing a role because you're playing.
Yeah, but that's if you really want to get technical with it, then any game where you assume the role of a character could be an RPG, and that's.
Exactly.
I think that's again, I wouldn't label it an RPG. If you want to make the argument GTA Online, I'll agree, because again, there's actual stats you grind. There's leveling. You can't. I don't know if you can do builds. Maybe
if you take the Kyle Jordan gave me semantics and sense. Like even if you take the special system out of it, still all the Fallout games would technically be. The difference is it a top-down role-playing game, or is it pure role-playing? Chainsaw actually said RPG needs quests, even if random encounters and the ability to go off script. So that would also be Saints Row. That would be GTA. That would be Fallout. That would be Mass Effect. There are a lot of different games that you can call RPGs. The reason I would specify like Saints Row or GTA as an RPG, even without the skill, with like defined skill building, in GTA 4, you play as Nico. In GTA 5,
yeah, guys, I want to go bowling.
No, I want to shoot you in the face. In GTA 5, you play as Trevor, Michael, and I can't remember. Who was the third guy? Do you remember the third guy from GTA 5?
Yes, I do. I'm going to make you remember.
No, you're not. Okay, fine. Fuck it. I'm looking at it. I'm not going to remember.
You remember Trevor, you remember Michael, but you don't remember him.
No, I really don't. Because he was the one I didn't like playing the most. I like playing it. I like
Franklin.
playing as
It's Franklin. How do you forget that? It's so easy to remember. It's not like
because I love playing as Trevor.
Okay, everyone does, but how do you forget Franklin?
Because I focus on Trevor. That's how.
Good lord, man.
No, so the only time in the GTA series I would say it's not a role playing game would be like the first couple of games. I would say that's more of a top down action, not a top down RPG. You can make a loose argument for it because there is a story and there's a narrative behind it, but it is a lot closer to an action game than an RPG game.
Oh, yeah, that was very semantical.
Captivating. Is New Vegas a world
Chaos
worth
Raven.
diving into?
I've been getting into
and why did this snazzy-looking man just shoot me in the face?
Hey, same.
Well, let's patrol the Mojave Wasteland, grab our Pip-Boy, and make our last delivery kid straight into this.
Broken bone and liar's leg, caught off guard and left for dead.
Things I've watched this review twice, and I still don't know where that song's coming from, and I kind of want to know. I get that. I figure it's probably fan-made, or maybe that's a song in the game that I totally ghosted on. But I want to know where the song is.
Luck keeps turning as the light begins to dawn.
Sorry, this Smegma.
With the first two Fallouts releasing in back-to-back years, it would take another 10 and a complete buyout of the IP from Bethesda to turn Fallout into what it is today, which...
the Wendigo bug!
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Go back. How do I turn this thing off? Most people entered the franchise with 3, considered one of the GOATs, but for some hardcore fans, Fallout 3 was missing.
I started, my first Fallout game was 3. I played 1 and 2 later.
Mine was 3 as well.
Yeah. So that is a fair point. That is actually a lot of people's starting point.
Actually, no, that's not true. I played Fallout 1 a little bit when I was younger. And then Fallout 3, and Fallout 3 is what actually like got me completely into the series. So when I played 1, it just, again, I was younger and I was playing. This is also the same time I was playing like Warcraft 1.
Yeah, I didn't play Fallout 1 or 2 until after I'd finished playing 3. And yeah, it's interesting. A lot of people typically credit the first game you play in a franchise to being your favorite, typically. But for me, no, like Fallout 3 is towards the bottom of my list. I find that interesting.
Something that 2 and 1 had.
Yeah, whatever, asshole.
Regardless, it's difficult for any developer to snatch a series away from its creators and still keep the same feeling and identity. Often we end up with something that feels like a knockoff. Other times, the world is tortured with the release of something like... Believe it or not, Fallout already has a cheap knockoff. It's called 76. Honestly, Bethesda deserves a lot of credit for taking the series into 3D. If you
Okay, so no, Brotherhood still was something
just
different.
remember...
So it was something different?
That was a different game.
Okay.
We wouldn't have Vegas without it. But there was room for improvement. And while Bethesda was busy developing the only good game they'd release for the next 10 years, in 2008, they reached out to Obsidian with an exceptional offer.
Oh, wait. Pause it.
So...
And with the only good game they would release 5 times in the next 10 years.
That's, yeah, let's see, we got Skyrim Special Edition, Skyrim Ultimate Edition, Legendary Edition. Yeah, they've released that shit, and there's no difference. I've had to point that out to a friend of mine. I'm like, you do realize there's no difference between Special Edition, Legendary Edition, and normal Skyrim, right? With just buying all the DLCs.
Yeah,
like that's the only thing is you're getting them bundled, but even then we've got them rebundled again and again and again and again.
Yeah,
like good God, the shadiness behind reselling the same game over and over again is ridiculous, and people fall for it too. I don't want to hang on that point too long, but I'm just saying that's just so ridiculous.
I was just trying to make a funny joke at that one.
No, but it's funny. But the sad thing is it's
true.
It's true.
Oh, you want us to make a sequel to Fallout 3, Todd, my boy? That's right, but here's the catch, baby. You got 18 months, dig? 18 months? Are you mad? And it better get an 85 on Metacritic or else you won't be getting a bonus, kid. You ain't a fink, are ya? Bitch, don't you know how long this takes?
We wanted to make sure when looking at the mechanics for the game that we weren't trying to reinvent the wheel. A lot of people like Fallout 3. A lot of people like Fallout 3, so the experience should feel familiar to them.
Obsidian didn't have time to reinvent the wheel. What we ended up with was more like a spin-off, expansion, since it looks, feels, and plays almost identical on it.
Yeah, and I will say there is the one thing that does plague New Vegas to this day is it's a bit buggy.
Oh yeah,
even for Bethesda standards, it's still got some fundamental issues that never got fixed. So, but the thing is, we all can agree that the reason for that is not because the studio that worked on it didn't care.
No,
it's
because the engine.
They weren't. And A, it's the engine, and B, they weren't given enough time. They were not given very much time. So that's a big thing to note about it.
Technical level, Bethesda couldn't have contracted a studio better for the job. Coincidentally, Obsidian was made up of many who worked on the originals. Clearly, this was a team that understood Fallout's identity, something that Bethesda is really struggling with nowadays. Obsidian also made Knights of the Old Republic 2, which, if you're following the pattern here, was also a sequel to a critically acclaimed game that for some reason was given less than 2 years to develop. Both New Vegas and KOTOR 2 were extremely ambitious, had fantastic writing, large in part due to Chris Avellone. Seriously, this dude deserves way more recognition. To make anything halfway decent in the game industry typically takes 2 to 3 years. Yet somehow Obsidian just...
I'm sorry, I didn't just see that gun.
You want to see that gun again?
I need to see...
Takes...
Yeah.
2 to 3 years, you somehow Obsidian just pulled it together on new.
You saw that, right?
Yes, I did.
It's not just the gun that's whirling around.
Yeah. No, it's not.
Oh, good God.
Pulled it together.
That was Mass
on
Effect
New
Andromeda.
Vegas, just as they did
Oh,
before.
God.
So without even getting a glance at Doc Mitchell's fantastic mustache, New Vegas is already an
it could be
accomplishment
thicker.
simply because it exists. Fallout New Vegas
That's what
has
she
been
said.
the most requested review on this channel for the last 2 years, large in part due to the efforts of the NCR Trooper.
Patrolling the Mojave Wasteland almost makes you wish for the Actman to do a Why Was Fallout New Vegas So Awesome review.
Yes, I see.
Patrolling the Mojave Wasteland almost
quiet.
makes you wish for the Actman to do a Why Was
Quiet.
Fallout.
I order you to be quiet.
Patrolling the Mojave Wasteland.
Credit to that guy. Like, I don't think I've never gotten a viewer like that like on every single video in every review left like, hey, maybe you should do this fucking thing. I've never credit to that for the commitment on the front of getting the attention of the content creator to do that much, but also credit to the commitment to do it every single time.
Yeah.
I kind of envy having someone do that. Oh, that is cool though. Have you ever got like cared that much that you commented on like someone's channel, like on nearly every upload trying to get something? Yeah, the closest I could relate is there's a content creator I used to watch, fucking years ago. I was younger though. I was like a middle schooler, so it was more like I actually thought they read all the comments because I was an idiot. But I kept leaving comments for them to do a certain video over and over and over again, and they never did. I think to this day they never did. So I won't say the creator's name because mainly because they were a smaller creator when I was watching, and I think they kind of left YouTube. So kind of wouldn't do any good now.
Shut up! Will you shut up?
Only after I put 50 hours into New Vegas and stood atop Hoover Dam waving the flag of a two-headed bear did I finally understand why so many people love this game.
I kind of figured it out after 20 hours.
New Vegas wastes no time in pulling you in, as the soothing voice of Frank Sinatra massages
Stand by
your
that
ears.
intro sequence is
You see
so
some
good.
troopers waving flags on the dazzling streets. Some robots go by, and then
Bravo 6. Going dark.
Priority 1.
we see a different group of troopers head into the
Ow.
city. The camera pans out further to a remote location, and we hear the all-too classic phrase.
War never changes.
And I honestly could not picture anyone but Ron Perlman delivering that any better. I'm sorry, but that man's voice got here. That's why I guess another thing. In 4, it's such a small thing, but when he didn't deliver War Never Changes, I was kind of disappointed.
Yeah.
It didn't put, like, when I first played 4, it didn't put me off the game, but I was like, I missed
Just
the
didn't
Pearl
have the
Man.
same impact.
Yeah, it was just like, I missed the Pearl Man.
Ron Perlman gives us the juicy backstory. The atomic war, vaults, and everyone who emerged to form tribes in the wasteland. We catch a glimpse of the two most important locations, Hoover Dam and a city untouched by nuclear fallout. The narration might lead most everyone to believe
I wouldn't even
who the
say
good guys and
untouched.
bad guys
Minimally
are.
touched.
But New Vegas plays with a stacked deck, baby, and this is one of its many tricks. More importantly, the opening sparks no shortage of questions and sets the player.
And hence why I still think it's the best intro of the series, in my opinion. Not going to reiterate again, but I will.
On a journey
Say that
for
one more time.
answers. Who was this man and his accomplices? Who told you that mohawk looked good? Why did he want us dead? Where can I get that suit? What were we delivering and to who? Find out next time on Fallout Ball Z. New Vegas gives you just the tastiest slice of everything it has to offer over the next 40 hours in roughly 5 minutes. So having been shot in the head and left for dead in an unmarked grave, you, the courier, cheat death. Oh man,
how about that?
My head. I had a dream I stopped playing video games for a day.
Whoa, easy there, easy. You've been out cold a couple of days now. How about your name? Can you tell me your name?
So this kind of brings up the next thing. How would you say you is there any negatives you would say about the way New Vegas starts? Like it starts like the actual gameplay. Like you load in after the intro and your character wakes up at the edge of the doc's bed and I don't know, for me, I think one of the novelties about that intro is, well, it's not another you're a prisoner that needs to escape thing for Bethesda. So the novelty of like who made it in that, I think, makes me appreciate it a little bit more. But I think what really works for it is thematically it feels the most laid out properly. I don't know if this makes sense. Like it feels the least like it's a game, like a game creator, like a character creator.
So, like in the gameplay in good, I think it does a really good job as a tutorial because it is relatively linear. It's like, okay, so you need to do this, and this, and it'll. It's like, so you need these skills to do this, and this is how you use those skills. A lot of hand holding in the first, but like I said, it's really good for a tutorial. I wouldn't say it's the best, but it would definitely be up there for it.
Which one would you say is the best?
As far as tutorials go, are we talking about strictly RPGs or any game?
Fallout. We'll keep it with Fallout.
Oh, keep it with Fallout. Okay. Yeah. Probably maybe even 76. And there's a reason why I say that. As controversial as that is, 76 actually takes you through all the... So here's like your first weapon. Here's how you make weapons. Make sure you go gather this specific thing. Weapon. Like your first few quests are all about how to make the environment work for you. As far as getting materials to create weapons, as far as food, drinking, whatever. So I would say probably those would be my top 3. They all do it really well, but they all do it really well in tutorial.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah, I get you.
And like I said, like it's now between the two, they're very similar between New Vegas and 3. I would probably say 3 does it a little bit better because it's less you're thrown directly into combat, more of as you grow. So it adds also in that story element to the story, or does that less in New Vegas? That's just a nitpicky thing.
Okay. Yeah. I get you. That's fair.
My name? Acting Mailman.
I can't say it's what I'd have picked for you, but if that's your name, that's your name.
If you didn't just take a bullet out of my head, I'd kick your ass, Doc.
There's a lot of angles to this caper. Complexities aplenty.
Now it's time for one of the best character creators in gaming. And no, it's not because of the visuals. The music is oddly soothing and unsettling at the same time. Really powerful piece, and to my knowledge, it's the only time you hear it. Dr. Mustache wants to know who you main in League of Legends, what sort of playstyle you prefer. He does this by asking your opinions on some fine art. Yo, that's definitely two bears high-fiving. Now this is such a great way to introduce decision-making to the player. The world of New Vegas is defined by the vast stretches of the Mojave Wasteland. But what really drives the player's experience in that wasteland is how they build their character. And that is New Vegas's greatest strength. Choice. Immediately I could tell there were tons of deep mechanics, so much so that it's very overwhelming in the beginning. Maybe my parents didn't put enough points into my...
So I'll say this, and this is something that's true for both Fallout 3 and New Vegas, and 1, 2, and Tactics. It's not true for 470. Them getting rid of the trait system was a bad idea. Now, I think that much as far as like the character creation made every game before Fallout 4 a better character creator. Do I think it's the best character creator as far as gaming goes? There are, like, you have... Hell, I'd even go so far as to say the original, not the Legendary Edition, because I haven't beaten the first Mass Effect on Legendary Edition. But the original character creator for Mass Effect, especially after you beat the game multiple times, was a better character creator. But it was also more simplified. Because realistically, the only thing that you really affected were your background, your class, and if you beat the game before, any additional skills that you can. So it's definitely oversimplified, but I think that simplification makes it a better character creator. And that also goes into Mass Effect 2 and 3 as well, again with the additional skills. That makes sense?
Yeah, I think it does.
Like, and this is also not me saying it's a bad character creator. I would say actually one of the better ones. I just wouldn't say it's
I would say, for me, if I keep it within the Fallout games, I'd say it's the best.
Again, keeping in the Fallout games is you split it into two categories, 4 and 76, and literally every other Fallout game, because they all had essentially the same character creation.
Yeah, I'd say. Well, like I said, I think it's.
I mean, between the two character creation types that the Fallout games have, then yes, this is the better of the two.
Yeah.
But it's taking it out to that generalization of putting it with other games. Hell, even
well, if we put it with other games, like that's where it gets into a bit of a rabbit hole, because there's so many different character creators, so many different systems that are similar to this one that are just like adjacent in their RPG mechanics and the trait systems. It becomes a spiraling thing. So we really can't, to keep it a concise conversation. We'd have to keep it within Fallout. And you're more or less right. It is pretty much just the two. The only thing I will say with New Vegas' character creator that's superior, not only in the way it's displayed to us, because I kind of like the machine and like kind of doing the toggles of the light stuff. Like not only the way it's presented, but I think the narrative implication. I think the way it subtly hints at the narrative implications of your choices is also important, because with that Rorschach test that the doc does, and kind of conveying like, hey, yeah, this may reflect a stat thing in your trait board and stuff like that, but keep in mind this will also affect how people treat you in the open world and how you what options you have. I don't know, stuff like that. I think is what makes it better than its, even amongst its type of character creator in the Fallout games. I think is a little bit better than how Fallout 3, for example, displayed its special system and displayed its stat stuff, because all that was done like with you as a baby character and stuff.
Well, no, not just that, because also remember Fallout 3 had the goat.
Right. Which you can make an argument did also convey that these choices would impact how the rest of the world sees you. But I don't know. I think the way New Vegas did it was more direct in how it's going to impact the world. I think the goat. I think once you, if the first time playing the game and you do the goat, I think most players won't think of it that way. Whereas in New Vegas, I think that the Rorschach test and talking to Doc Mitchell, I don't know. For me, I think your first time playing, you will catch that this is a hint that this is going to impact the rest of the game, or impact how characters interact and stuff.
I agree and disagree at the same time. And this is where, because if you look at the goat, the way the goat was set up. So the goat wasn't meant to, like, this is how you act in the wasteland. It was to determine your job within the vault.
Right.
If you look at it
which is
that
why
way,
I think most people look past it.
Right. But I think if you look at it that way, as far as kind of like a storytelling element, like what you're supposed to be, as far as like a vault dweller, I think that actually impacts the game, if not the same way, a little bit better. Because if you look at it this way, like for instance, if you're supposed to be a hairdresser in the vault, or I don't know,
mechanic
or whatever, you then have to learn as like, okay, this is what I was supposed to do in the vault. Now I'm thrown out into the capital wasteland. How do I take those skills and use them? It's kind of almost like you're building a type of character, and you're not necessarily redesigning that character, but you're trying to repurpose those skills for a different environment. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's almost like making it almost an adaptability. It's showing that I guess it's showing like your character is more adaptable. Whereas in New Vegas, yeah, it's more intricate and everything, but you know exactly what you're getting into. You've already been fucking shot in the head once, so you're going right back out into the Mojave Wasteland. Whereas in Fallout 3, there's that expectation of, okay, well, what am I going to do in the vault? You just never meet that expectation, and you go out into the wasteland, so you have to repurpose those skills.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I read into this shit way too much.
I mean, I started it, so...
Intelligence, but starting a character is pretty daunting. What's this? How does VATS work? What does crippling limbs do? How in Easy Pete's name do I hack terminals? No, seriously, what am I supposed to do? Why does my gun only fire when it feels like it?
I don't really feel like it.
If you're new to Fallout and trying to understand how everything works right from the start, just play it. Fake it till you make it. You'll get the hang of things. Unless you're stupid like me and didn't know how to equip different ammo types until 35 hours in. Nor did I ever use a workbench to do anything besides recycle ammo. And that's when I had a revelation. It got me thinking, how many ways I wasn't using the sandbox and tools around me? What quests did I miss? Which areas did I never visit? What else is this game hiding from me? It's these very questions that have no doubt led people to put thousands of hours into a single-player game, uncovering every nook and cranny possible. A lot of RPGs fall into the pit of focusing too much on the numbers, Mason. How high
pause it right there. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, but I got a point on this.
Okay.
Because this is actually something very interesting. I'm glad you showed BFA and Diablo 3.
I do too. I was just going to make a denigrating joke about WoW, though. I mean, there's definitely something to be said about I will say, not that I love to defend it, but in WoW's defense, as well as a lot of other modern RPGs' defense, a lot of them are online RPGs now. Like, there's a lot of MMORPGs, a lot of there's less and less single-player RPGs. Again, excluding the indie market. The indie market, if we include that in any argument, then obviously there's a shit ton. But if we look at AAA, if we look at like the main games industry, the mainstay games industry, there's a lot less RPGs that are single player. Like, there's still plenty that are online, and there are still making RPGs, but those are also going to have online functionality, online process. So with that, there's a lot more focus on balancing. Because with a lot of online RPGs, there's PvP, there's competition for gear, there's group content like raids and dungeons or encounters, stuff like that. And because of that, there's this need for the developers to hyper-focus on balancing systems and making sure that they all work together in a way that doesn't make any single player too powerful or too effective or too any of that. So I think that kind of kills some of the fun or some of the more actual proper role play with the stat builds that you do and the character builds that you do. Where, again, with the need to have to balance everything, though, I think that kills off some of that wackiness you get to do with RPGs, and it does end up becoming a numbers game. Like what does the most damage? What takes the most damage in tanking? What heals the most? It does end up becoming a numbers game, and it is kind of annoying.
So I don't know if I ever told you this story. There is a tabletop RPG called I forgot what it stands for. It's like General something role-playing system, and it's one of the. It came out almost the same time as D&D. The difference is where D&D is now on a D20 system. GURPS is on 3d6. 3d6 is all you will ever need for anything except for damage. Damage is a little different. It is what your weapon does a multiple of d6s, be it 1d6 all the way up to, I think the highest I've ever seen is like 10d6. But it only uses d6s. So, talking about like making a numbers game, I min-max the fuck out of characters, but I don't do it necessarily by straight numbers. I had a spellcasting character. The way I min-maxed him, yes, I min-maxed his attributes, so he had a higher intelligence and less health, but his specialization was not in damaging spells. I used spells like Shape Earth or Shape Metal. For instance, we were on a space station. We were in our spaceship. We had just gotten to the hangar, and we were getting attacked. There were enemies coming out to shoot at the ship because, small arms fire against a spacefaring vessel will do absolutely nothing. But if you're pissed off enough, you'll try. So I just peeked my head into a viewport and like, oh, I see the outside of the hull. Shape Metal, open the hull. I opened up the space station to vacuum and reclosed it with the same spell. And you can't really defend against that. You can't defend against being thrown out into fucking vacuum.
Nope.
So, like, I get where, talking about, like, making it all about numbers makes it less fun. I get that argument, but at the same time, to play devil's advocate a little bit, for me, it's not necessarily about the numbers. It's making my character be able to do some of the more outlandish shit that either the game isn't expecting or the DM isn't expecting, just because I like being, kind of spontaneous, and what can I do to potentially fuck with the game today? For instance, my very first session, I was irritating the other player characters. I was also at the time only like 11, 12 years old, and I was playing with adults. And they tied up my character and threw me in a barn. So I failed my check to untie the rope that was binding my wrists. So I did the next best thing in any, pre-teenager's mind, and I dropped a fireball at my feet. Rope burns. Barnhouse burns too.
So does flesh.
So does flesh, yes. So does hair. Hair burns really well. By the way, dropping a fireball at your feet does undo binding, for anyone who is interested. Also, in the same game where I opened the space station,
I would say as the DM, I would make you roll with disadvantage about getting caught on fire.
There's not a disadvantage system.
That's right, I'm used to D&D.
This was also before disadvantage was a thing.
That's kind of unfun, though. Like, I feel like there should be a disadvantage system.
One of the other things I did that that really, really fucking confused everyone as to why I did it. But it was actually one of my more memorable moments, good or bad. One of the NCs that was friends with our parties got picked up by police. And everyone's idea was that he would just wait the night out in jail and they would release him the next day. Me being the impatient shit that I am, like, no, I'm going to go break him out. Everyone's like, wait, no, and I'm already going to break him out. So I decided to combine a stereotype with a horrible, horrible event of, oh, he's at a police station. I'm going to buy some donuts and lace them with LSD.
How nice of you.
Yes, I know. So I took the donuts down there because my character was actually like not a prominent member of society, but was a known person in the area and was known to like be the equivalent of a lawful character. Like I always obeyed the rules and shit like that. So I used that to my advantage, of course, to where no one would suspect me doing something like this. And in the process of spiking donuts with LSD, taking them down to the police station, and then walking right back out the fucking door, people ate the donuts, and our friendly NPC got shot. Because LSD is a horrible thing to give someone.
Yes, it is.
It makes them trip ball. So they thought they were shooting at rats. I managed to get 3 people shot, but I did break out the NPC.
Well done. I'm brimming with pride.
Nobody cares, Zavala. You don't like the light? Most first-person shooters don't have RPG mechanics, and those that do are often pretty shallow about it. New Vegas caters to fans of RPGs and shooters because you can play the numbers game if you really the fans of RPG mechanics, and those that do are often pretty shallow about it. Numbers game if you really want to whoop ass, but you can and shooters.
I think this is incredibly accurate.
I mean,
I love this guy who tried to dress up as Link.
I'm not sure what I love more, that or the Doom guy with gun-esque guns.
It's a Minecraft Doom guy.
Yeah.
Oh. All the windows are the same size. I did all sorts of horrible things in D&D to the point my DM never allowed me to buy Alchemist Fire. It's like, sorry, we're all out. Every single time we went to a merchant.
There's a because all my characters were heavily specialized either with spellcasting or with some form of like chemistry or alchemy. It wasn't a matter of I couldn't buy it. I just made the shit myself. I'm a bad person.
No, you're a great person. You're a terrible person in RPGs, but you're a great person IRL.
Actually, it's funny. My uncle got so pissed off at me.
To whoop ass, but you can still survive the wasteland.
He was the game master for the GURPS game, and he got pissed off at me because I was playing Fable. And when I was playing it, I played an evil character because I would lure people outside of cities and kill them and then buy their houses and rent them out at astronomical value. Like, that's so evil. Why are you doing that? Like, because it makes me money. That was my answer.
Have you ever considered a career in business?
And if you don't, what makes New Vegas special, pun intended, is just how many ways you can play it. This is where all the different skills and special stats come in. These will do things like get you better prices at shops, repair weapons easier, or do you want to blow shit up and send people's limbs flying across the desert? Want to be a skilled marksman who snipes from a distance? You can do that. But what about the perks, baby? Let's do a little comparison. This is how many perks were in the original Fallout. Here's 2. This is 3, 4, and this is how many perks are in New Vegas. Some perks will give unique dialogue options.
There's something I like about you. You just seem really understanding.
Help you see better in the dark, give you an extra...
Would you agree/accept that as a point someone could make to say why New Vegas is better than some other games? Or would you debate that? I'm curious.
More perks?
Yeah.
I'm kind of the fence sitter on this one because more perks does not necessarily mean...
True. But you could also... I would point out that the more perks you have, that gives you more variety in gameplay.
It gives you more...
Even if the individual perks aren't as significant, I would say...
I wouldn't even say, like, not even as significant. Again, more variety does not necessarily mean better variety.
No. That's true. But I would say, in my opinion, New Vegas has more and of quality perks, personally.
I don't really remember all the perks because it's been so long since I played New Vegas.
I don't remember all of them. I remember the ones I dealt with, and I think most of them are genuinely good perks.
And I would honestly say if we're including all the DLC, then Fallout 3 would have better perks. Or at least more memorable perks.
I will agree to disagree.
Fallout 4, the perk system doesn't matter because there's no level.
That's true.
Special point, allow you to tame animals.
I got one. I think Fallout 76 has a good perk system. It is interchangeable, and you can have all the perks, but you can only have them at certain levels. I think that right there, if you were to combine the amount of perks for New Vegas with the system of 76, where it is interchangeable, but it is related to your special stats, that would be cool.
I don't know.
A lot of perks
takes care of the problem
on your
of no level
playstyle.
cap in
Let's say you
Fallout
want to
4.
sell a bunch of stuff but are tired of managing your inventory. Well, there's a perk that lets you fast travel while you're over encumbered. So just head to Good Springs, drop all that good shit off, bing bang boom, you're on your way. This is how perks are supposed to be in role-playing games. Not just a number boost, but you should be unlocking a part of the game that you couldn't previously use. In Fallout 3, you can become a godlike being and excel in absolutely every category. New Vegas forces you to create a more specific play style. You know in other games when you can convince people to jump off a cliff or kill their best friend, you know, the fun stuff. No! But even in one of my all-time favorites, whether or not you convince people to do
it is
good or
true.
bad
I remember
things
that quote,
is
but that's
determined
fucked
by
up.
a single step.
The more I see it.
Credits will do fine.
So if you put points into that, you can breeze through every conversation. New Vegas is different. It's genius, because while there is a speech stat that handles most of those conversations, sometimes you need to be an expert in another area. Like if you don't know squat about explosives, Easy Pete won't help you out. And then what are you gonna do?
Too dangerous. Sorry.
Blow yourself up. Blow your neighbor up. Blow the whole town up.
At some point or another, every skill has an influence on dialogue, some more than others, but you won't be able to win them all.
Third floor access is for executives only. Please identify.
I got you some ice cream.
Thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
You literally cannot experience everything New Vegas has to offer in a single playthrough. If you put all your points into lockpicking, you can open everything, but you can't convince this kid to buy drugs from you. And that's a real tragedy.
Red Brick never touches kids.
New Vegas is based on trade-offs. Traits give you positive and negative bonuses right from the start, and these are going to severely affect your playstyle. Best of all, if you picked Wild Wasteland, you get to fight aliens and see all sorts of crazy stuff.
That fucked with me.
Often in RPGs,
Wild
at some
Wasteland
point your character becomes so
kind of
overpowered.
I wouldn't recommend
it
it necessarily on your first playthrough, but definitely on additional
because you're
ones.
going to kick the game fast whether or not
the
you
only
can be
necessary.
noticed underwater.
Well, no. Actually, no. Yeah, I actually would recommend it for someone's first playthrough, just to see. Because if you can handle Fallout New Vegas with Wild Wasteland, just fucking with you half the time, I feel like if you could deal with that, you could deal with the game and with any other combination of those perks and traits.
There is no other combination. Fallout Wasteland is the only necessary.
Every time I leveled up in New Vegas, I took a solid 5 minutes to look over my options. Skills, perks, traits, stats, challenges. All these mechanics work together in harmony. That's why this game has such a satisfying progression and fair challenge. What's that? Oh yeah, I guess we're still in the tutorial. Well, thanks for the Pip-Boy, Doc. Hope I don't come back to kill you later.
Anyone else steal like crazy from Doc Mitchell like I did?
Oh, yeah.
I went all throughout his house and took everything from the stim packs to ammunition to shit.
Everything.
I robbed him blind my first play.
Every playthrough.
I felt bad for him a little bit. I was like, that was kind of mean of me. I just robbed him blind.
And now, my friends, let the great journey into the Mojave Wasteland begin.
Yeah, I know that feeling. And that is the sole argument I will accept from somebody if they say that New Vegas is their least favorite, or if someone even goes so far as to say they hate it. Because I know someone who hates New Vegas. Not Ludus, but I know someone who hates New Vegas because they were at a pivotal point in the game and it crashed, and for some reason it hadn't properly saved. So they lost over 20 hours.
Damn.
Well, I know, and there's supposed to be autosave, so I have no idea what happened. I'm assuming like a corruption happened in the files, and it loaded him back into where before the corruption happened.
Yeah.
But that was fucked. I was like, yeah, I could kind of get hating the game after that, because that will fuck with you. I get it. I do. That's one I get.
Land almost makes you wish New Vegas would stop crashing. Normally I'd be a lot more critical of what in the goddamn do I really gotta talk about?
On the desert sands and ruined roads I roam.
It is a Bethesda game.
We seem to be experimenting some technological differences.
If it wasn't a stupid decision to make this game in 18 months, whoever decided to stop patching New Vegas, you gave it a bad rap. I get it, playing older titles, you gotta lower your standards, but if I have to install mods to make something playable, I'm sorry, but you lost karma with me. New Vegas is far from a perfect game, and that's what is so tragic. Let's say it was remastered and played on a new engine, bam, just like that, it's in the conversation for top 20 video games of all time. Bethesda's legacy is so inescapable that even when they commission other people to make games for them, they're still riddled with bugs, and not just ants.
Hey, that really sucked!
Writing, combat, world design, music, everything else is perfect. But that's the thing, all of my problems with New Vegas are on the technical level. Would have been nice to...
I would agree with that. That's my biggest issue with Fallout New Vegas is the technicals.
See, now that's the funny thing for me. Is like for me, it's not. My issue isn't with the technicals because Bethesda game. Like I said, my issue is like, I guess you could say there's, for me at least, no real closure because, like I said, in the other Fallout games, with the exception of Tactics, you could keep playing and see the result.
Well, to be fair to that, I would point out that in Fallout 3, before they had the DLC, the game just ended as well.
I agree, but like I said, they had the Broken Steel DLC. If I remember, I don't remember if that was the first one or the last one. But still, like they did it through a DLC, and then after that, with the exception of New Vegas, they made it a thing in all of their games. So it's just kind of like, even in Oblivion and Skyrim. I think in Morrowind, I could be wrong on that one. Someone correct me if I am wrong, but like, you could see the result of what you did throughout the game. And I know it's a nitpicky thing, and it might be a small thing to most people. It's just a thing with it. Like, the technical thing, nah, fuck it. Yeah, it's a Bethesda game. It's going to be buggy as shit. Skyrim has been released 6,000 fucking times, and every single time has been riddled. Come on.
Yeah, you're way more forgiving about that stuff. For me, that's where... From there, I will say there are some things that, like, if the game is designed to have a certain thing that happens in it, sometimes that can grate on me more than technical issues, but generally, if a game is functional and it just has a bad game design choice, like the ending being closed and then from there I have to start a new playthrough or be fucked, or load an old save, it's things like that. Generally, I'm more forgiving of as long as the game is functional.
Right.
If the game is terribly designed, and has if a game has good game design choices, but functionally I can't get to them because the game keeps crashing, or there's bugs, or there's a bunch of error codes. I don't care how good those choices were. I don't get to enjoy them. So for
Jenny
me,
said. Jenny said, I've quit games for less. I'm assuming she's talking about the bugs?
I'm assuming as well. I could be wrong. What are you talking about, Jenny?
spruce up the
Don't do that. She hates that.
Oh.
She hates it when anyone calls her Jenny.
No, I wasn't saying Jenny. I said Jenny.
Oh, no, I think that's fine. Just don't do the Forrest Gump thing.
No.
Animations.
I hate that shit.
Improve the visuals. Make the AI better.
Why don't we just wait here for a little while? See what happens.
But I imagine the jankiness, crashing, and lack of polish were all due to the rushed deadline. So if you can bite your tongue when the game inevitably crashes, if you can look past the technical problems, and you really should, what you'll find is an experience like none other. So your first goal is to track down the man who shot you and also find out who these two goons are. Answers lie in New Vegas.
Douchebag 1,
if you
douchebag
talk to
2.
folks around Good Springs, they'll tell you how to play the game. And this series of quests introduces you to every single mechanic, and it's brilliant. You get to barter with a merchant, talk to an explosives expert, repair a radio. There's a terminal you can hack. You learn about karma and fame. There's some geckos and manises to kill. The starting area of Good Springs offers something useful for every single skill, and that informs the player. Hey, this is what you can do with this talent in the future.
That kind of was part of my point earlier.
Shucks, we need
it's like
some
that establishment
conflict.
of how
Turns out
these
there's
mechanics
a
will
fierce
affect the
rivalry
game.
between the local powder gangers and the citizens of Good Springs, which is an identical setup to the final quest. You're given two.
No, Kyle, I'm not saying I don't like. I'm not saying I don't and Jenny doesn't like Forrest Gump. It's she doesn't like being referred to as Jenny.
Yeah, and I wasn't saying I didn't. I like Forrest Gump. It's just that there are a lot of people where I live who do that shit all the time.
Yeah, it can be obnoxious and kind of annoying.
No, that's what I was saying. Like Jenny, not Jenny.
Two options. If you defend the town, you need to visit each person and rally them together. But convincing them to fight requires a different skill. That's just good game design. The tutorial ensures that no matter how any person creates their character, they'll be useful in some way. The other choice is to side with the powder gangers and kill everyone.
Shit, yeah.
Thanks for teaching me how to shoot a rifle, Sonny. These are the type of gut-wrenching choices the player has to get used to making.
Dark, but true.
But what New Vegas is...
Actually,
the Mojave...
in all of my playthroughs, I don't think I've ever tried to play like a more evil person. That just hit me. It's not really a point or positive or negative to this game. It's just that just occurred to me. And every single time I played the game, I've tried to play the quote-unquote the best person even when I sided with Caesar's Legion, it was with the mindset of, yes, these guys do horrible evil things, but the outcome of it will be better. Or at the very least, I was just kind of curious where that went storyline-wise. I don't think I've ever played, aside from stealing for people, I have played dumb playthroughs where I stole like a motherfucker. But yeah, I haven't like mindlessly killed people unless it was on accident. And I haven't played like the evil courier ever.
Evil is fun sometimes.
I'm sure it is. Like I usually, that's the thing. And then whenever there's a karma system in game, I always like to play the evil side at some point. It's not like I have an aversion to it. It's just that's why I find it weird that I've never done it in New Vegas.
The wasteland really is
freedom.
When will we be free? You think we can make it? Freedom!
You looking for a pat on the back? My mother is dead.
At this point, you'll likely head to Prim and follow the main quest, as that's the obvious direction you're given. Don't you want to find Big Dick Ben? Yes, I do, but the people of Prim need me to find a new sheriff and restore order to this lawless land.
The Kaisar has marked you for death, and the Legion obeys.
But of course, an ambush by Legion ruffians. How dare you destroy Nipton? What's this? I've stumbled across a bitter rivalry between the NCR and the Great Khans?
We've got a situation with some Great Khans right now.
Hold, soldier. I shall negotiate with their chieftain.
What the hell?
It's one of the guys.
This does bring me to my next question for you. Freedom. Which of the Fallouts would you say handles the open world freedom of like adventure, exploration, all the element of like do what you want to do. Which one do you think handles it best? Because I would make the argument that, oddly enough, this is the one area I might choose 4 over New Vegas. But that is, again, hindered by the lack of when you do stuff in 4 in the open world. Because this is affected by the dialogue tree very significantly. Each interaction feels less significant, but I do feel there's more I've encountered. But some of it was also repetitive. So I go back and forth about it between New Vegas and 4. But I'd say if New Vegas isn't number 1 for me, it'd be second in this regard for the series.
I'd say either 4 or 76.
Mm.
And it has a lot to do with the crafting. As far as like open world mechanics, they both have that. I wouldn't say better, but they have more open world mechanics than better, but they have more.
And is some of that decision towards 76 to do with the DLC? Or the expansions, I guess I should say. Because then they add one with his NPCs now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't played 76 since launch, so
with or without their expansions. Yeah, I mean it would be a harder argument without the expansions 6 because you don't have human NPCs, you just have like the robots and shit. But even then you have the storytelling mechanics of holotapes, you have follow certain stories that way, you're following paths. With the robots. So you still get the story elements without the NPCs. When they added the NPCs, you have a better argument for the world because there are more interactions and more random interactions. With now the crafting, you can actually use the environment to help you.
Okay, canvas back.
What?
Kyle just threw some shade. He's like, but can you get a canvas bag?
But yeah, so with that, I would say, again, they have more open world options, not necessarily better. What would make them appealing to me, again, is the crafting system.
Gotcha. I could see that. Yeah, if you're a more crafting focused person, I can see your point.
And specifically, 4 would probably be the best, then 76, then New Vegas. Because with Fallout 4, you actually have the settlement build, different from 76. And that one, like in Fallout 4, you can literally just do whatever you want. I think that's what makes the biggest difference for me.
Yeah. I look at it more from the lens of like the activities and the encounters you actually have, less so than like crafting or settlement building, because that's what the lens I'm looking at through, and that's why I'd say New Vegas is second, if not first, for me on that one. Because the reason 4 is in the running is I do think there's more that you encounter throughout 4, but some of it's repetitive. Like some of the encounters you'll have are kind of identical to others. Whereas in New Vegas, very few are like exact, like, hey, this is just a group of bandits I gotta kill. Oh, this is just another group of bandits I gotta kill. There are many occasions where you come across something that there's actual story to. There's actual interactions you can have. There's different ways to approach it. I didn't feel like that with 4 that much. There were those times, but I felt more often than not it just came down to here's a group of bad guys, kill them.
And again, I think this comes down more to semantics because you just said you're not including the settlement building, activities you can do, whereas I see the settlement building as an activity that you can do. So I think that comes down more to a semantic.
Yeah, I guess.
Courier Benny wasted back in Good Springs.
You're supposed to be dead.
Am I not?
I would say this though, you're not docking Vegas for not having a settlement building though, because this is back before something like that would have been more, I guess, thought of, especially in a setting like this.
Would I think it would add to the game if it had settlement building.
Well, it's more like I figured you would you wouldn't like it more if it added that, but I'd say from the lens of you're not docking it for not having it.
Well, yeah, that's where I was kind of going. You know, would I think it would add to the game? Absolutely. Would I think it would make it? Do I think it makes it a worse game without it? No, not really.
Okay, that's what I just want to clarify.
But wait a minute. What if I wanted to go back, all the way back? Is it possible to head directly to the strip right from the start?
Yep.
Obsidian discovered the secret to eternal replayability. Most of the factions and quest lines in New Vegas can be accessed at any point.
Was that meant to be a shocking revelation?
There's never a moment where you get handed a quest and some nutsack is like, "Excuse me, sir, I won't speak to you unless you're level 13. None of that. This gives the player an enormous amount of control over the events of the game and what order they play out. If you know the way, you can skip right to the second act. But the route to do so is much less obvious and more dangerous.
Why are you running?
That ensures only experienced gamers will know how to get there right away. I completed entire subplots before even being asked to. All right, listen.
So, which did you prefer, the Death Claws or the angry, pissed off wasp creature, Cazadors?
I would take on a Deathclaw before a set of Cazadors. They're fucking annoying.
Well, no, because those are the two routes to New Vegas without going the way you're.
I would take on the Deathclaws, quite honestly.
That's the way I always went.
I
did the Cazador route. I did the Cazador route once. That's all it took. By the way, this is Kiwi.
Hello, little kitty. Hello, Kiwi. What's up, buddy, kitty? What's up, buddy, kitty?
Is it he or she? She, okay.
She was trying to climb up my leg, so I put her in a chair beside me.
It's adorable.
No, it's not, because her claws are fucking sharp.
Have you thought about trimming them?
No, she's too small for that.
Oh, okay.
Listen, Trooper, if we're gonna defeat Caesar's Legion, I killed him already. What? Yeah, he said...
Mark my words, you piece of shit.
And then I killed him. Well, you're gonna have to recruit the boomers to our side. This is a group of explosive experts who will kill anyone that gets near their base.
I will say this, on my first playthrough, I already found the cons and killed them, so...
Now, to word this correctly, my first actual NCR playthrough, I had everyone side with the NCR that I could, including the cons. And the ones that were hardest to get every single fucking time were the boomers.
Every time?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you wear fucking power armor, that's an artillery round.
Yep. That's why you quick save before you go near them. A lot.
Yeah, I didn't realize that the first couple times.
I didn't the first time. I think everybody, unless you like watched a review beforehand, but if you're going into New Vegas blind and you come across the boomers, they blow the fuck out of you. Oh my god, that's rough every time it's your first time.
Oh yeah.
If I come across someone playing New Vegas for the first time, I feel like I always need to, and they come across the boomers and they complain about getting blown to bits. I always feel like putting in that meme of first time.
Oh no. My favorite part of in this is going to take it to a really hilarious and really funny joke. That has got to be the furthest anyone has had their cherry pie. I heard the snicker.
You, sir, are supposed to be a mature adult.
No, the fuck I'm not.
No, you're not.
Oh no, I don't know who the fuck ever told you I'm supposed to be. No, the fuck I'm not.
They didn't do any damage? What?
It didn't do any damage on my first playthrough? Okay.
But the sound never stopped. Oh, you hit a bug. You murdered every single person there. I'm not sorry. I can't blame you. It's like, y'all have blown me up 150 times. I've had to reload the same save, you motherfuckers. It just opens fire.
There's gotta be. I already made it over there. Oh, come on. What can I say? The boomers love me. For the Battle of Hoover Dam, you have to visit the Brotherhood of Steel and boomers at Nellis. But I just happened to cross these places. It's not just the order in which you can do things that makes exploring the Mojave so dynamic, it's also the quest design itself.
The whole premise of Fallout is about giving the players at least 3 ways to solve each quest.
For instance, in the Brotherhood of Steel questline, you're told to get rid of an NCR trooper that's stalking them by convincing him to leave or killing him.
Thanks for the information. You may have saved my life.
Next, you have to recover 3 lost holotapes in 3 separate locations and can do so in any order. But then you have a choice between showing the contents of those tapes to Paladin Hardin or by giving them to McNamara. Hardin wants the Brotherhood to continue exploring the wasteland and realize the Brotherhood's true potential, and McNamara wants to keep everyone locked down and safe during this pandemic. Do you notice how every single quest in this chain offers the player some kind of choice? Do you see how it gives you a sense of agency and control? Siding with the Powder Gangers in the fight for Good Springs isn't an obvious option, but even right from the start, New Vegas gives you options. This is what I call the tree branch quest design, and it has to be the most time-consuming type of quest and game to write. But to take this style and apply it to literally every objective in the game is absolutely insane. Cyberpunk was developed over 5 years and it only managed to do this in one single quest, just to put things in perspective. Here's another example. When allying with the boomers, you need to gain fame with them, but you're not given a linear series of chores. Instead, Pearl says, hey, here's 10 things you can do, but you only gotta do 5. Like helping a dude find a girlfriend, raising an old bomber from the lake, talking to children, ugh. Listen to the history of the boomers. Come on, there's gotta be a boring quest in here somewhere. Go kill ants. There it is. God damn it, even this has layers. These ants are different from every other ant in the game in that they explode if you shoot them with energy weapons. But also, if you have enough repair skill, you can make a sonic emitter that'll kill them all for you. This is the New Vegas secret.
That was my second playthrough.
Replayability. With
I had a pretty high repair
storyline
skill
consisting of so many different choices and outcomes, it would take hundreds of hours to see and do it all. Nope.
So yeah, that's a very big thing with Fallout as a franchise. I've always felt like the quests were. I'm trying to think of like a really bad quest in any of the Fallout games that I like that left me not only wanting but felt like I wasted my time.
Yeah,
I can't except there's one quest in Fallout 3 that I felt like I wasted my time. And it was, do you remember the vendor in the metal city built around the nuke?
Megaton.
Thank you. It's such an easy name to remember. I don't know why that slipped my brain. But the female vendor, she has like a quest line that she has you do where she sends you out to grab stuff for her research.
Wasteland Survival Guide quest, yeah.
I felt like I wasted my time on those, to be honest.
I didn't. I like those.
I didn't. Maybe it's just because there was so many other things I ended up doing later that I was like, oh, I could have done this already if I hadn't wasted time doing that. And plus, I think I died a good few times while doing that. So,
if I'm not mistaken.
But generally, that's like the only one I think I'd say maybe was a waste of my time, and certainly felt like it at the moment. But generally speaking, Fallout quests across the franchise have always been very engaging and always had at least some kind of pungency, poignancy. That's the word I wanted to use there. Well, pungency does apply to a few. The pungency descriptor fits a few of them, but there's a lot of poignant moments in the quest line of Fallout, and that helps because it's a post-apocalyptic wasteland. So there's lots of opportunities to do like these really dark and grim moments and make innocuous things look all the more harrowing with what's built around them. I don't know, like something about this kind of setting does help that quite a bit. I think.
So with the Wasteland survival guide quests, as you do 3 of the chapters, or no, as you complete each chapter has 3 quests linked to it. And I believe as you complete each chapter, you get a perk. No, it's at the end of it you get your perk.
I was about to say, I only remember 1 perk coming out of it. Yeah, Coin says the regen perk.
Well, no, depending on yeah, because you get the survival expert perk, and depending on how many objectives you completed, will determine what you get. So if you complete all the optional objectives, you get a better perk than if you completed less than 5 optional objectives.
Yeah, I stand by. That's probably my least favorite quest I could think of off the top of my head in the franchise.
Actually, looking back over it, I kind of, from what I remember of it, I like it because it was, you got the perk that you earned. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I suppose if you look at it overall, I'm thinking back at the actual, like, doing the quests, and that was...
Oh, no, it was a long fucking quest. Yeah,
it was very annoying. But, yeah, other than that, generally, when I think of the quests in every Fallout game, I don't think there's really been a really solid dud I could think of. No real stinkers. So
yeah,
I'd say New Vegas in particular has a lot of really good ones. So I definitely. What would you say? How would you say New Vegas does within the franchise for this?
Probably rank it on 3rd. As far as it would be 3rd as far as the for Bethesda-esque games. I'd probably rank it 4, 3, New Vegas, and 76 as far as quests. That is because the most memorable moments are in 4, then 3. There are maybe like 1 or 2 in New Vegas and hardly any in 70. Hardly any distinguishable moments in 6. So if we're looking by like enjoyment, it comes down to, well, which ones do I remember enjoying the most? And that would be Fallout 4 and 3. So that's a very subjective answer. Sorry, but
well, I asked you a subjective question.
Yeah, so it's kind of like looking at it from that metric.
Ever going
because in Fallout 4, you get, with the different expansions, though it had memorable expansions. Not saying Vegas didn't, but for me, Fallout 4's expansions were memorable. Had more.
All right.
Like, what's the one where you go up to Maine in Fallout 4? Far Harbor.
Oh.
Like, Far Harbor and Nuka World are very memorable.
I don't think I've played Far Harbor.
3 had Operation Anchorage, which is probably one of my favorite DLCs of the early Bethesda Fallout games. Vegas, yeah, I like their DLCs, but it's just the more memorable moments.
No, I played Far Harbor. That's kind of neat a minute. Yeah, I'd say for me, I'd put New Vegas above 4, 3, and 76 for me. Generally, I remember the questing experience, especially with Caesar's Legion. I remember the questing experience in New Vegas way better than the rest of those. And I remember investing a lot of time and a lot of time and a lot of energy into playing as many of the quests as I could in New Vegas. Whereas in 3, I felt like 3 was probably 3 probably was not that great. Was again still for Fallout quality like side quests and stuff like that. There was a lot. It was a lot of really good.
Yeah.
A lot of really good quests, but it's I don't know. Like for me, maybe it's just because again, 3 had a lot of at the same time having a lot of good quests. I felt like some of them dragged either too long or the gaps in between some were too much. Something about New Vegas's quest always felt more well established, more well paced to me, and the time invested in each moment for me. Yeah, I definitely put Vegas on top. Fallout 4 again, the whole experience is brought down by such a limited dialogue tree. Something like that has just such a big domino effect. So yeah, I would definitely put New Vegas at the top for questing experience. But that's me.
Yeah.
Mr. Jacamic, welcome. If you convince Moira to not write the Wasteland Survival Guide, you get a nice perk also. I don't know. I don't think I've tried that.
I believe it's called Dream Crush.
Dream Crush? Fitting name. Yeah, I don't think I've tried that.
Yeah, Dream Crusher. It's a perk.
All I know is in my I tried to do that quest line on my first playthrough, hated it, and in my subsequent playthroughs I avoided it. So,
here's what the effects of it are. Reduce an enemy's chance to critically hit you by 50%, 30% discount at Crater Side Supply, and 18 points to Moira's Repair. So it goes from 54 to 72%.
Okay. Probably worth it if you're min-maxing and stuff. Not if you're like me and you kind of just want to move on to some of the better stuff. Yeah. I just want to pose that one.
Quest is ever as straightforward as it seems. There's one where you're hired as a guard for the Van Graff's weapons store, and you have to decide who to let in. If you let this guy in, Allahu Akbar. Turns out
that was fucked up.
That was fucked up.
They're all dead.
One of my favorite happens in Camp McCarran, where you come across Dr. Hilder, who says, "Hey buddy, go recover some data from an old vault. There's a lot of plants in there and it's really cool." Well, that sounds like a straightforward fetch quest.
I remember that was a good quest. That was a good quest. My first time I played this quest, There Stands the Grass.
Yeah.
If it's the quest I'm thinking of, first time I played it, I had a high speech, I believe, and I found out that the guy had sent other people there, and they had all died, and I was able to convince him to give me a bigger payout. It was a quest that I'm thinking of. Yeah, it was an interesting. I really liked it too. It was
the one with like the insane plant people.
Yes, I believe it's that one, and it has like the scientist in the lab. She's kind of gone nuts a little bit, and she doesn't want to give the data up. You can convince her to give it to you, and you can either destroy it or you can give it to this guy for the payout. Again, this is one of those quest lines that was really fun, and it seems kind of innocuous if you just describe it basically, but it's very fun.
As soon as you walk out the door, his assistant stops you and says, "One of the other scientists Hildern sent out there hasn't returned." If you go back to him and ask with enough speech, he'll tell you he sent at least 8 other people there.
I have no evidence that they're dead. 1,000 things could have happened between here and the vault.
Oh, none have returned? Gee, I wonder if anything weird is going on over at Vault 22. Using this knowledge, you can negotiate for more caps, and just by spending a little bit of extra time talking to people, you've not only learned more about the quest and the story and potential danger, you've gotten a better reward for doing it. We see that the plants have grown throughout the entire vault, creating these spore crawlers and other nasty plants. Terminals are scattered everywhere detailing what happened, how this got out of control, and you find the missing scientist Keely and the data. She wants you to destroy it so that nobody else uses this to weaponize it, and now the motivations of Hildern become clear. You can lie to Keely and not force a fight, take the data back to Hildern and just forget about it, or you can destroy the data and return to him empty-handed. New Vegas has so much more going on behind the scenes than it's willing to admit, but if the player is thorough, they can uncover it. It's the most authentic, choose-your-own-adventure story ever told in gaming. That said, yes, you can kill everyone, except children, of course. That wouldn't be fun. Most of the story is all about who you help and why, but being a selfish asshole and killing everyone is literally always an option too.
It's always good to have.
Man down! And that's what's so cool. The game doesn't break if you kill Doc Mitchell, only your heart will.
I love you!
New Vegas has incredible writing and characters, but what makes it dynamic is how the story adjusts to your actions. Nobody is so important that the game has to arbitrarily block you from killing them.
You triggered my trap card!
If you kill Kaisar or the president of the NCR, they still wage war against each other, just led by different people. It's possible to get an ending slideshow where all the main characters narrate their deaths at the hands of the courier. There is a contingency though. Obviously the player needs certain information, so oftentimes there's like notes or journals. Should you silence them before? What's awesome is how NPCs react to your actions throughout the game.
Caesar's dead. Bet he didn't see this coming when he was having his coffee this morning.
The Legion's aggression will outlive Caesar. Indeed, they'll try to take the dam as a tribute to his memory.
You know that Legion furry Vulpes you meet in Nipton? Well, you're supposed to talk to him later on after you meet Mr. House. But if you kill him, then another Legion guy takes his place and mentions it.
Your crimes against the Legion, including the death of the fearless Vulpes and Kulta, are hereby forgiven.
Recruiting Boone will often make NCR troopers say, "Wish I had a first recon guy looking after me." Once you get the platinum chip, you don't...
That is something I would definitely say that is really amazing about New Vegas' story, is the flexibility of it. Because you can make what in most other games, there would be an invisible wall to prevent you from doing. You can kill major figures and characters well before their storylines become significant.
Yeah.
And the game will still progress forward and will still have a lore explanation of why. Some games might still let you kill major figures and stuff, but they will still function as if that character is still alive. Because the writers didn't write that as a possibility. But in New Vegas, it does feel like they took as much time as they could thinking about all the possible scenarios that would outcome from your actions. So I really do like that detail in New Vegas. It really enhances the game.
Don't even have to talk to Mr. House. You can just straight up murder him. Killing him before anyone asks you to will give unique dialogue that you wouldn't get otherwise.
Now that that's out of the way, let's see. Mr. House was a concern, but someone conveniently dealt with him for us. Oh, that reminds me. You might be happy to know that...
By the way, warning to everybody already, we're probably going to have a long pause when we hit... when Actman starts going over all the factions. Because that's when I'm going to pose a lot of questions for Ludus. And also bitch about the NCR quite a bit, because I really hate their faction.
Your efforts haven't gone unnoticed.
The world of New Vegas is always changing around you. Where you go, who you ally with, what groups you destroy, the weapons you use, and how you build your character. It all matters and makes New Vegas engaging from start to finish. Every playthrough is gonna be different. This is the ultimate sandbox game.
I don't enjoy killing, but when done right...
Holy shit. Mr. Jacomic says, if you kill everyone and have the cannibal perk, you can get another perk by eating the leaders of certain factions. Just realize that I was a bad person in the Fallout games. What? Killing everybody and eating their corpses? Nah, you weren't a bad person. You're just keeping it real. Post-apocalypse, baby!
I mean, I kind of want to... I have to get back into New Vegas just so I can try that now.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. I'm curious.
It's just a chore, like any other.
Yeah,
But for all its
Graham.
successes, New Vegas sure does
Oh,
take its
absolutely.
sweet time getting to the good stuff.
The right stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I think the writing is spectacular, but sometimes I just want to shoot things. So often you'll run into a character, ask a simple question about a man in a checkered suit, and they'll be like, "Oh, that guy? Let me tell you about my life story first." If you don't explore off the beaten path, you'll be begging for a group of Legionnaires to ambush you. But when things do get rolling, ooh, the action's intense.
Can't run from me.
Get him off me!
Castadors.
Get him off me!
Fuck
Help.
Castadors, man.
New Vegas was able to blend two polar opposite genres together in a way that I don't think any other game has. You've got the fast pace.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd agree with that. Mainly because one is not excluding the other in any way.
Okay, sorry. I was looking up the Cannibal Blast the Leader.
Okay.
Sorry, no, I'm sorry.
He said, Actman just pointed out, he's like, these two polar opposite genres, and he said FPS and RPGs. And I don't really think that's correct. Like, I don't see what about them polarizes the other. Like, what about them propels the other away?
I don't really see it either. I'll be honest.
So I'm not sure that I will disagree with Actman pretty strongly on that. The wording of that, maybe it's just one of those things where he scripted it to sound a certain way, but it wasn't intended to mean what he said. Like that could be what it could be the case here. It's like he may have said they're polar opposites, but it's more like maybe he meant these are two genres that are separate in many ways, so they're not typically associated.
Right.
Especially back when, Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, and and Skyrim even, these first-person RPGs were just kind of burgeoning out. That could be what he was meant to say, and he just simplified it down to these two polar opposite genres mixing together. But I don't know. I don't see what about them makes them opposites necessarily.
So
Paced first.
I agree with that. Just that statement didn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Again, it might be a scripting thing.
The perk, by the way, is called the Meat of Champions. If you cannibalize Caesar, Mr. House, the King, and President Kimball, anytime after that you eat a human corpse, you get +1 luck, +1 intelligence, +1 charisma, and +1 strength for 60 seconds.
Well, damn.
That is a perk they put into their game.
you got a superpowered cannibal on your hands. It's Hannibal. I don't know if I did a playthrough like that, I would not be able to resist naming my character Hannibal Lecter or just Hannibal.
First-person shooter action mixed with the slower, more tactical strategy of a role-playing game. When you slow things down by using VATS, it's almost like swapping to a turn-based game. While this mostly kicks ass, the combat is often interrupted by the same thing that plagues a lot of Bethesda games: having a menu that does everything. Want to swap weapons? Pull out the Pip-Boy. Trying to take drugs, kid?
I kind of abuse that though, not gonna lie. Like you ever been in an oh shit scenario and you pull up the Pip-Boy and it pauses time?
I forgot who I saw. This was on a YouTube video and I forgot Creator Wolf. But they were talking about Skyrim. It's like, see a Nordic axe coming towards your face? Pause the game. 80 wheels of cheese. It was Russian Badger.
Right. Okay. Yeah. It's funny though.
Yeah, it's funny, but it's also true.
It is.
That's what makes it even funnier.
Because time just stops when you're in the menu. It's like, hold up, wait a minute. 50 wheels of cheese. All right, we're good. I survived. How? I ate all my cheese. Fuck you, bitch.
I picked up this basket. Now I weigh 6,000 pounds. I pause the game and eat this basket.
Whip out the Pip-Boy. Need to heal? Pip-Boy. If this game ever got remastered, I'd love to have the option to quick select healing items, weapons, and drugs. Dark Souls' quick select item slots are just so perfect. I don't know why games don't do this more. It keeps the combat moving. But shooty games are only as fun as the tools you use and enemies you fight. Real quick, how many different weapons you think there are in New Vegas?
By the way, this just popped in my head, but if you did have to say there was a genre that was the opposite of an RPG, what would it be? Like, what would be the polar opposite to it?
Arcade beat 'em up. Probably.
Arcade beat 'em ups. Yeah, there's the traditional ones I'm thinking of, definitely, because there's like no customization outside of aesthetic, maybe.
And also keep in mind, this is like going back to like Killer Instinct, the original Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, stuff like that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Take a guess. You don't know this. 178.
It's impossible!
Counting unique weapons and DLC, that is straight wild. I felt like every 5 minutes I was finding some cool new piece of tech. It's gotta be challenging to make a hyper unrealistic setting like the end of the world feel genuine.
Ain't that unrealistic nowadays?
I thought this was just a screenshot of actual Nevada.
Yeah. It was pretty accurate.
But they did that. Obsidian wanted to make the tech reflect the world around it. So you have modern firearms like M16s, 9mm pistols, stuff that people maybe brought out of the vaults that's considered old world. Then you got makeshift energy weapons, things that people probably made in the 200 years since the Atomic War. Blending
actual Nevada has less water.
Western and modern eras together so successfully is what makes Fallout, well, Fallout. New Vegas never had me question if any part of it was realistic or not. Based on your reputation, certain areas can be inaccessible, at least not without killing everyone. Depending on who you travel with, certain companions will straight up tell you, just so you know, I hate the Legion, and I'll murder each and every one I see, man, woman, or child. That's great, Boone. I'm gonna leave you here and go strike a deal with Kaisar. But you can sneak into these areas by wearing the outfits of each faction. Not to mention every weapon is given a role, and in order to conquer what the game throws at you, you'll have to pack a variety of different weapons. Some weapons like the flare gun have unique properties that can scare off animals, others pierce armor better. There's one pistol that calls down a laser from the sky, a mysterious magnum that plays a jam every time you pull it out. The Gatling laser is something Jesus Christ would use, but it burns through ammo like nothing else. Some melee items like the thermic lance are good even if you don't dump points into the melee skill. Boy, cast didn't last long. In my playthrough, I rocked everything from grenade launchers to snipers, revolvers, shotguns, plasma rifles, shoulder-mounted machine guns. It's a beautiful dance of death, and you are Death's courier. But I got a question. What sort of enemies would you create in a game that takes place in a post-nuclear world?
I have a couple
Mutated
answers
humans,
to that question.
Ghouls, giant fire-breathing geckos, two-headed cows, radiated scorpions, dinosaurs? In the Mojave, you're bound to run into some drugged-out creatures, and it's such a neat detail that most of the animals are reptiles because reptiles like the desert.
Why is he showing an arachnid when referring to reptiles? It's kind of a nitpick, but I'm just saying.
Importantly, New Vegas answers the question, what would happen to animals in evolution post-nuclear fallout? Rather than doing what Cyberpunk did and just cluster the same enemy type together in 1,000 locations, New Vegas is actually smart where they place the enemies. They're careful not to throw any one type at you too often, so the Mojave is constantly throwing different things at you. Some baddies might seem overpowered, but they all have weaknesses. And this is where crippling limbs comes into play. Cazadors can close the gap in seconds, but if you cripple their wings, they are laughable. Knight can use Stealth Boy, so a high perception is required. Now, there is somewhat of an exploit by using a Stealth Boy and just sniping the toughest enemies in the game from afar. But I guess in that case, you need to find these things before you can exploit such a strategy. While I love the game,
loot
the
off
combat,
corpses,
the weapons, and the enemies, the AI is still pretty basic. I think New Vegas struggles to maintain a strong difficulty curve.
Lumbering across
I want to know what this song is. I don't think I know it.
treasures repossessed, resurrect the old soul of America.
If you told me there was a game that combined the time periods of ancient Rome, futuristic Western, and World War II era, I'd say that game is probably batch.
I will say this: when I first started playing the game, I was off put by the Caesar's Legion. Like when I first encountered them, I was like, "Oh, that's fucking stupid." Like I was literally like annoyed by it initially. I was like, in Fallout, come on, man, couldn't they have come up with a cool sci-fi faction, you know? Then I actually played through the game, and I'm like, I wouldn't have it any other fucking way. Especially with the lore explanation of why Kaiser/Caesar, whatever you want to call him, with his explanation of why he developed the faction and what the goals are of them and everything, and why like they're emulating the Roman Empire very directly because they think it's they think that's best to build society on. And they think that'll create a longer lasting society. Like there's an explanation to it that gives though it aesthetically feels out of place. That explanation makes it so you're like, oh, okay, you know, as much as this thematically when you first encounter it feels so out of the blue, it still works. You know, you kind of work around it. So that's one thing I will say I about, especially out of my first playthrough. So. I don't know if you'd agree with that. Were you off put by the Caesar's Legion when you first started playing?
Not really.
Nah, you just moseyed on past it?
Pretty much. Like, the only one that was really off is ironic. The Old World.
Sorry, you cut out what?
The Old World Blues DLC originally.
Oh, okay, yeah. Adminty Pizza, thank you for telling me what the song is. I'll have to look it up later. The Mojave song by Miracle of Sound.
Shit crazy, but the last thing I'd imagine is that this combo would actually.
Actually, that's I know that this pausing is a lot, but again, this isn't really a reaction as much as it's just a jump off point for discussion. How would you rate the aesthetic of the Rangers to the rest of our powered armored friend aesthetics, like the standard T-45 power armor or the what's that one called? How
would I aesthetically rank the Rangers again?
Yeah, like what would you say about their aesthetic with the trench coat, the mask and helmet, the red glare lens? You know,
I mean, it fits the area well.
It does.
It makes it seem like they're military-esque. Yes.
For me, something about their armor and their design is way cooler than any of the power armors. This again, this is personal preference, but something about that red lens, that extended mask type, that kind of reminds me of Space Marines from 40K's kind of helmet.
Yeah.
And again, maybe it's just because I'm a huge sucker for trench coats, but it looks so cool. Whereas comparatively, I think compared to it, I think the T-40, I think the power armor in Fallout we see all over the place. I think it looks more dorky compared to it, even though objectively it's more badass and it would make more sense for that to be more powerful, and it is even in the lore, but. I don't know. I really like the aesthetic of the Rangers. That's like me, of course.
Right.
Work. While the writers did a kick-ass job of molding all the
Ranger,
factions
non-soldier.
together in a cohesive world,
me of
it's also in the level and world design that Obsidian went above and beyond. They took the setting of Vegas and slapped a post-nuclear skin over it. taking inspiration from real locations right down to the nitty-gritty details.
I wanted to sort of immerse myself more in especially the desert sort of style. I took a motorcycle trip through the desert, basically going all around the outskirts of Vegas.
I mean, they literally toured these areas to build the look and feel of the game. And I think that's why it stands out so much. It's authentic. They actually
talk about commitment to the design. And nowadays, most devs will just pull up Google Images.
Well, even in Fallout 4, they did the same thing.
They did?
Yeah.
Oh. I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah, it was a group of them. They went out to Boston, the surrounding areas of Massachusetts.
Well, that's pretty cool. I didn't actually know that. The more you know.
Actually made a real Hoover Dam because of this game. That's just insane. Now, I gotta be honest, New Vegas is kind of an...
Did you guys do a playthrough to just do all the XP challenges, like kill Deathclaws with boxing tape? And killing abominations was specific. I have not, actually. Have you?
It's been a while. I think I did at one point, but there were some that I just didn't. Pretty sure the Deathclaws and boxing tape.
Okay. I did do a playthrough where I played the whole game just using knives.
Yeah.
I did do that, but that specifically, no. I've not done that. You've given me something to do now.
Eyesore for 2010.
Other things
I can't tell you that it looks much better than Oblivion. There's a lot of gray, dull colors, rust everywhere. It's a wasteland act, man. What do you expect? I don't know. Most outside areas look dry.
I don't care
yellow,
about a game's
while
graphics.
The inside of buildings is all gray.
If it's serviceable, that's all I care
Lucky
about. I care way
38
more about
shining in
everything
the
else.
Distance, it makes
The
you feel
mechanics,
like maybe
the storytelling.
there's hope. The city of New Vegas is a shining beacon.
Don't get me wrong. If a game has all that and it has good at graphics, I think it only enhances the experience. But I could take the one thing I could definitely take or leave is the aesthetic. If it means I get a better story, if it means I get better mechanics, better gameplay overall. That's something I've always thought of is I don't really care if I don't really care if a game looks like top of the line and brand new, and I don't care if I could see the pores on a character. I don't care. Like it's really minor in the grand scheme of things. So that's just me. What about you?
I agree with you for the most part. I disagree with you in the specific case of New Vegas. And this goes to the same problem I had with Fallout 3. In the case of New Vegas, there's almost like that brown tinge over everything, where in Fallout 3 is that green tinge. Like, that's about the only thing I really about. And it is a nitpick, but it does kind of get old after a while.
Yeah, I get you. For me, I didn't mind it anywhere near as much as the green tinge from Fallout 3. Maybe because a brown, sunny tinge like that makes sense for the setting, whereas a green tinge feels unnatural.
Right.
That might be why, but I definitely gotta say Fallout 3 is more egregious in that regard. But I can see what you're saying.
While you're dicking around with cazadors or doing whatever, it's a
British
constant
playthrough.
reminder of your ultimate goal.
I suppose.
And by keeping this landmark inside of the player from so far away, it makes New Vegas seem like a mystical place, which it is. One of the only locations that still holds a feeling of old world civilization. Because of the setting and different themed casinos, the Strip feels like an amusement park of sorts, an escape from the dreary atmosphere outside. There's one quest where you can recruit people to perform in the Tops Casino, and before you do, this billboard doesn't have much text on it, but as you recruit people, you not only get the coolest Magnum in the world, but also see the names of the people you brought in. This is one of the many ways the level design changes based on your actions. New Vegas proves that you can make an immersive world without cutting-edge graphics and radiant AI. With Wild West-style saloons, futuristic atomic bomb museums, there's a lot of cool stuff to see and do. Through clever use of landmarks, there's always something interesting off in the distance. It might just make you want to see what that giant dinosaur is all about. Then you go in and discover a quest, and that's what's so magical about these types of open world adventures, but New Vegas in particular. You can pick any direction you want, and eventually you'll find something interesting. You'll discover new stories, locations, and people.
What about the piss filter on it? I wouldn't call the that color filter on Deus Ex Human Revolution the piss filter. I call it the gold filter because it enhances all of the yellows, and I get why you'd call that. But for me, I don't know why, but that didn't bother me at all. In fact, if anything, I liked it. Like, I thought it was a weird style, but I don't know, something about that filter worked with the graphics and with the setting. Like, I liked that. I can't explain why. I can't explain why I like one and not the other. All I could say is that for me worked. Whereas the grim gray-green filter of Fallout 3, it made me feel sickly almost. Like it was, and again, it's supposed to. It's supposed to be unsettling. It's supposed to be unnatural, and it succeeded. But in my case, personally, I guess it succeeded too well. Like it just felt really off-putting for me. You had a blue filter mod on that made it looked almost sinister. Deus Ex Human Revolution? I'd be curious to see that. Now I'm wondering what that looks like. Factions destroyed. Alright. This is where we're gonna have a big discussion. Actually, we'll do it right now. We'll do it before he goes into it. On your first playthrough, what was the faction you sided with, and then what was the faction you that was your favorite?
Yes Man and favorite.
So you went the anarchist way the first playthrough?
Well, because I didn't realize it was the anarchist.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was more of like you, instead of everyone doing essentially whatever you would do it all and kind of have like a grip over it all. And then I was like, oh, no,
he just removed all form of government.
Yeah. As far as which faction was my...
While you think it over, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Damn, that's a good one.
Entertain the masses.
And I have to turn. Never trust a robot. Yeah. I don't really have a good answer for this one. I mean, they all sucked in their own right, kind of. Sorry, Chainsaw. Yeah, I think I really don't have a good answer for this one, honestly. Because Mr. House, Yes Man, Caesar's Legion, or CO. I'm trying to think. And I can't really think of one that I prefer over the other. Like, they're all equally crappy. Like, I guess it's one of those things where you can have, like, where all of your actions, they're not all, there's not one good and one bad. It's they all have their pros and cons.
I'm back.
Okay. So, let's see. As far as favorite, it's kind of hard to pick one because, like I was going over this, they all kind of suck. Yes Man, like I said, it was the idea that it would be, you know, your character keeping kind of a grip on everything and not necessarily an anarchist or like almost being a despot.
Or a sheriffdom.
Yeah, or a sheriffdom.
Yeah, we have that one figure who's basically like the guardian or protector.
So that kind of makes the yes man one kind of suck. Mr. House kind of suck, but only because he really does become a despot. You have the NCR, who are the bureaucratic equivalent of a true shitstorm. And then you have Kaisar's Legion, who are really best at keeping everyone safe, but they're actually horrible, horrible human. So, if I have to pick a favorite out of all of those, I can't. I could loosely grasp at Mr. House, but he can't keep anyone safe except for New Vegas. Kaisar's Legion keeps the roads safe, but at the cost of torturing the fuck out of everyone. NCR can't do anything right.
Yeah, they're a bunch of fucking... The NCR annoy me the most, because they're the faction I chose first, right? They were the... Because my idea was, they want to bring back Old World, they want to rebuild society, they want to rebuild America, they want to bring back democracy.
Yeah.
But then they do a bunch of shady, underhanded shit in the background. They're a bunch of idiots that don't feel very... they don't feel like they have a lot of conviction in what they're saying or doing. They feel mismanaged as fuck. And again, they don't even really hold true to the democracy thing, because they send you to kill people for them. And if you even ask them about it, they're fucking like, oh, we don't have time for diplomacy. Aren't you a fucking democracy? I don't know, I really hated the NCR. Caesar's Legion, I will say this, they have, it's kind of fucked up. They're probably my favorite, mainly because they have conviction in what they're doing, right? They actually believe what they're doing is right, and they actually have a plan. Yeah, it's a fucked up plan, but it worked for a long time for Rome proper, and they, again, seem to have though their ideology is fucked up and authoritarian, at least there's something there that's more genuine than the NCR.
Right.
So at least they're honest with what they believe, and they have very simple but strict rules. So there's almost something you can respect about it, despite how evil it objectively is.
Right.
And with Mr. House, his is probably... I'm kind of on the middle ground with Mr. House, because yeah, he wants to he'll protect New Vegas. But that's it. Societally, he's a terrible leader. But then there's that angle where, yeah, he may reject and let the wasteland remain a wasteland and kind of wallow in misery, but he does have plans in the long run to get humanity back into a technological age very fast, and then into the space age. So though in the meantime he's abandoning the people to suffer, in the long run for society, he could present the best option. But that's if you trust that his plan will go smoothly and that he's actually properly thought everything out.
Right.
So that's why I'm kind of middle ground with Mr. House. It depends on which angle you go on. Are you going on the optimistic angle where you actually there's something there to trust, or do you go to the angle, arguably the more realistic angle, where he may have a plan and a strategy, and it may even work to a degree, but he's clearly overestimating the damage he's going to leave in his wake if he doesn't properly organize the wasteland now.
Right.
So that's a major issue there. And of course, Mr. House with pure anarchy. I don't like anarchy. I
You mean Yes Man?
Yes Man, sorry. What did I say?
Mr. House.
I said it again, sorry. Yeah, Yes Man. He wants anarchy. He wants everything to have no government, no structure. Obviously, that's a bad idea. That will always lead to problems. It's about anarchy is about as idealistic as socialism is. So it's an optimistic view in spite of human nature. So yeah,
well, I'll at least say this: anarchism at least has the potential for the individual to.
Right. That's fine.
I love how you're like, I want to argue this point, but damn it, it's true.
Well, no, I think you're right. Like it's as fucked up as it is. You're right. That's why we need Chad Enclave. House is Musk. House is Musk? What?
Elon Musk.
Oh, right. Actually, I think I made a joke about that at the beginning, didn't I?
I think so.
I might not have. I might have thought it and not said it.
No, I'm pretty sure you did.
But yeah, you're kind of right. Didn't hear you. You sat back. Oh, they might have missed you.
I guess he was asking on if I had the boomers at Hoover Dam. That might be what he was referring to. Then yes. But we were talking about where you were. As my guy made the comparison of anarchism is just as useful as socialism, but I said anarchism at least has the potential for the individual to have some sort of advancement.
Yeah. Kind of like capitalism, but minus any kind of structure. And plus a lot of violence.
Like capitalism.
Yeah. Less, just more open-handed than underhanded.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So just to recap, your first playthrough, you went with Yes Man, and your favorite, you don't really have one.
Because they all equally suck.
Me, first time was NCR. Fucking hated it. A favorite just based on conviction and at least some level of commitment to what they're doing, the Legion. But it still kind of sucks.
Howdy, folks. It's Mr. New Vegas, and I have a good feeling about all of you listening.
After I confronted that son of a bitch, Benny,
What in the goddamn?
I decided to give this cool cat a chance to explain himself. Oh, who would have...
Although, I will say, in Fallout overall, Brotherhood of Steel.
Which Brotherhood of Steel?
I would say the... I don't know the name. I know that New Vegas has like an offshoot of them.
Well, okay. So
what are the two? I know they have two different identifiers. I just can't remember what.
So you have the original Brotherhood of Steel from Fallout, which is more similar to the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout 3, but in 2 and Tactics, it ends up becoming closer to 4. So your two brotherhoods are ones that actually give a shit about civilians, or the brotherhood that will keep everyone safe no matter the cost.
I'd probably go with the brotherhood that cares about civilians, even though they might objectively be less effective. My favorite, Mr. Jakemic says, my favorite conversation with Mr. House is when he asks you why you killed the NCR president. You can tell him bluntly because he tried to make me pay taxes. I mean, actually, I think I remember that interaction. Yeah, I think I said that. And to be honest, as a libertarian, I kind of step by that. As fucked up as it is, I mean, I hate taxes, so I think taxes are legitimate theft to a degree. Especially how I don't want to go on like a political rant, but I'm just saying, like, especially with how taxes are designed in the democratic system we have here in America, you have so little say, and you can go to jail for life if you don't obey. It feels like a very authoritarian element that our society is kind of carried over, and we haven't really updated it properly other than the payment method since, I don't know, a couple hundred years ago. So, I don't know, I feel like there needs to be massive, Yeah, I don't want to turn into a political rant, but I'll just leave it off with, I feel like taxes need to be redesigned. The whole process, the way it's done, it needs to be redone completely, because there's absolutely no control of that money once it leaves your hands.
Yes, this two-time and Fink would double-cross me and send some hitmen my way.
I will say this, I'm not like hardcore libertarians that feel like we should have no taxes. I think there should be a tax system. I just feel like the one we have is way fucked up and needs to be updated, because at this juncture it's essentially theft of the people, because we have no say in the process. But again, I'm not here to do politics. I'm here to be a gamer and be a geek. So but I felt like I need to clarify that.
However you choose to deal with Benny, it kickstarts the second act, and soon the player will get a chance to interact with each major faction. But we have a big question to answer. Why are politics in video games so bad? Dumb memes aside, New Vegas is the epitome of next-level writing.
Nobody's dick's that long.
I think the best games are those that get you to think on a deeper level. By the end of the story, the player will have made a choice of which political and social ideology they put into power. Whether you realize it or not, New Vegas is asking you philosophical questions about what the most ideal type of society is. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how you put politics into a game and make it interesting.
Correct. And I think we all know that when people say we don't want when we say we don't want politics in gaming, and you always see the SJW nutjobs on Twitter and stuff, right? They always twist it when you say that into be like, well, that's impossible because everything is political, and then they go on this fucking like nutjob rant. And then they also point out like games like BioShock and stuff like that. That's not what we mean when we say we don't want politics in gaming. We mean we don't want propaganda. You know, we don't want a game to tell us what to think. Like hey, this is what you think and should think, and if you don't, you are a bigot. You are this, that. Insert title, name, call, whatever the fuck.
An easier way to word that is there shouldn't, like, if there's in-game politics, that makes sense. If there's like real-world politics, if they don't make sense, they don't need to be in the game.
Yeah, that's the other element to it. But again, I think that still fits under the description of propaganda versus politics. You can have political themes and political builds and things like that in game and have them work in the in-universe sense. And you can have propaganda, which tells people what to think for IRL issues, which is frustrating as hell. And I think it ruins gaming. Let's be honest. Oh man, you should see the taxes we have here in Sweden. Bought a SSD and it was taxed at 25%. What? I will never live in Sweden. I will not be living in Sweden. Okay. 25% of an SSD? You mean a solid state drive? Like the hardware for your computer, right? And they charge you an additional 25% of its value for the tax. Fucking A. I don't think we have a tax like that here.
Not that high. The sales tax is usually 10 to 15%.
That's fucking ridiculous. Even I think that's way too high. But 25, I'd fucking like... No, that's ridiculous.
There are literally 125,000 factions in Fallout New Vegas. We're probably going to have to cut some of them. There's the NCR, there's Caesar's Legion, there's the PTA, Mickey Mouse Club, Alcoholics Anonymous is in there right now.
But who is most fit to rule the Mojave? One thing's been made clear so far in our travels. This place is fucked. Someone needs to step in. Well, let's meet our contestants. Mr. House, current dictator of New Vegas, who wields an army of Securitrons. New California Republic, the old soul of America, a democratic organization that suffers from internal corruption. Caesar's Legion, a brutal imperialistic totalitarian dictatorship based on ancient Rome. And Yes Man, an independent robot seeking to liberate New Vegas from the other three. But the Mojave is also made up of smaller but still important groups. The Great Khans, a nomadic tribe of...
It feels weird for me that, again, the Brotherhood are considered a small faction in this.
Yeah.
They were like the faction in every other one.
Raiders and drug-dealing hippies.
Grudalicious.
The Brotherhood of Steel, a militarized secret society bent on preserving technology and human knowledge. The Boomers, an isolated band of explosive fanatics. Now, Obsidian did a phenomenal job giving personality and backstory to each group. More importantly, Obsidian answers the question, what kind of groups would rise from the ashes in a post-apocalyptic world set around New Vegas? A bunch of Elvis Presley impersonators, that's for sure.
The thing of it is,
yeah.
we don't even know what his name was. All the posters just referred to him as
the King.
This is where New Vegas reveals its royal flush. All the factions are at a poker table, and the courier is the dealer, able to stack the deck against whoever they choose. At first I was like, well, these two are dictatorships, and I'm not a big fan of those, and we need some kind of government, so Yes Man is out of the picture. That leaves the NCR. Surely a democracy is the best choice, right?
I love democracy.
What's that, Colonel? You want me to assassinate the leader of the Great Khans?
I don't enjoy killing.
That sounds kind of
Again,
evil, but...
We don't have time for diplomacy.
Alright, if it's for the greater good. So there you are, helping to...
Personally, in a weird fucked up sense, I think the most evil faction in this game might be the NCR. I mean, no, like, actually, I definitely can't say that, because they're not crucifying people. They are assassinating people for political reasons, but I suppose that's nowhere near as bad as crucifying people and enslaving people, so no, I can't say that.
To rebuild America, you go back to
Legion's
the
definitely
Colonel
more
and she
evil,
says,
but...
hey, can you exterminate every
up.
single last person in the Brotherhood of Steel? Is there a peaceful option? No. Good thing I sided with the NCR, and no way am I regretting this decision at all. New Vegas has such a unique approach to morality because the Big Four all have compelling reasons for why they should rule, but also have crippling flaws. The New California Republic is the antithesis to the Legion, a revival of old world values like democracy, liberty, freedom, law, and order. But everywhere you go, you hear people complaining about their lack of organization, the bureaucracy that prevents them from making real changes.
The water ration's still a problem, and the NCR doesn't look like it's going to do anything about it anytime soon.
Some say the old world values they parade around are the same ones that led to nuclear war in the first place.
The bear grows without structure, follows a symbol without knowing its history.
As you travel, the areas controlled by the NCR are often plagued by raiders, internal conflict, something the Legion doesn't suffer from. The NCR is spread so thin that troopers are constantly requesting your help because they have no reinforcements, no backup communication. The NCR simply doesn't have the manpower or resources to truly unify these groups. Hell, they can't even unify themselves.
People turning against each other when the Mojave's at risk of falling? If the Republic's sinkhole progress doesn't kill us, greed will.
You can actually use this knowledge to convince the final boss, Legate Linnaeus, to back down on his campaign. The NCR also seems to be incapable of negotiating peacefully with groups, instead opting to just kill everyone. There's a shocking lack of diplomacy and discipline across the ranks.
I've told him he could make my job a whole lot easier if he would just let me shoot anyone who talks back to me.
This is the woman in charge of
democracy, everybody! Oh, God. Fuck the NCR, man.
Interrogating prisoners in a democratic society. And she's a lieutenant. You could say the NCR has good intentions, but it's hard to put faith in the way they operate. The NCR hasn't proven that their type of society will work long term.
As a young man, I was taught to venerate President Tandy of Shady Sands, the founding mother of the new California Republic.
Caesar made a very good point about the NCR.
Did you know her presidency lasted 52 years?
Yeah. Right there. That's he makes a very good point about his opposition. He's like, you think I'm an authoritarian regime that's bad, but in the other side is the other side a democracy? No. President Sandy was there for 52 years, and her father ruled before her. Does that sound like a democracy to you? He makes a good point.
And that her father, Aradesh, was the Republic's first president? Does that sound like a democracy to you? or a hereditary dictatorship?
Caesar's Legion. Led by one of the best written characters in gaming, the Legion operates as ancient Rome did. By conquering smaller tribes, destroying their culture, and merging everyone under a single banner and culture. Throughout your travels, the Legion's brutality is always on full display. You'll see crucified bodies wherever they go. Ask anyone and they'll tell you tales of murder, war, slavery, and death.
Worst of the worst. A tribe of degenerate losers led by a creep.
Slavers, killers, and all other kinds of trouble.
Even Legion soldiers will tell you of how their tribes were conquered. They don't tell you how they've been brainwashed to believe in this brutal society. Caesar himself rules with an iron fist and punishes his soldiers harshly for failure.
The legionaries are lined up in ranks. Every 10th man steps forward and is beaten to death by his brothers. It instills a certain robust obedience.
How could you possibly find any good in the Legion when it's portrayed as this horrible empire? Well, the Kaiser does make compelling arguments.
I'd seen what had become of the NCR's attempts to emulate the culture of pre-war America. The infighting, the corruption. Rome was a highly militarized autocracy that effectively integrated the foreign cultures it conquered. It dedicated its citizens to something higher than themselves, to the idea of Rome itself.
Civilization after the nukes was basically reset to...
Like I said, they're the only faction in this game that have conviction in what they're doing. They truly believe they're in the right. Even with the crucifixions and the slavery, there's at least some level of we believe what we're doing and we're going to do it. Everybody else is a rickety foundation at the kindest.
To a blank slate. And despite all of ancient Rome's problems, it was one of the longest lasting civilizations of all time. Is it really so bad to unify everyone under a single banner for the time being? Much like Rome in its glory days, the Legion doesn't have much trouble with raiders, criminals, and chaos. It's a very structured society, and there is peace within it through threat of force. But at the same time, Caesar is also just a man who found some ancient books and said, yeah, this'll work for the next 1,000 years.
I spent 2 centuries searching for the platinum chip. It's my invention, my property, mine! Now be a good courier and deliver it.
Give me that chip. No, sir.
And then there's Mr. House, the man responsible for saving Vegas before the nukes went off. And he has remained its sole proprietor ever since, restoring power to the city through Hoover Dam. Mr. House's life work has been to restore New Vegas to its former glory.
Revenge doesn't interest me. Progress does.
He's cunning, shrewd, and looks down upon the Legion and NCR as groups that haven't learned from the past. Mr. House, too, is a pretty compelling choice.
Give me 20 years, and I'll reignite the high-technology development sectors. 50 years, and I'll have people in orbit. 100 years, and my colony ships will be heading for the stars to search for planets unpolluted by the wrath and folly of a bygone generation.
Again, why Mr. House is kind of the wild card of the factions? Because it all comes down to, do you believe what he's selling?
Right.
Like, do you believe he's not only convicted in what he's saying, but do you believe he actually can and wants to do it to the degree he's saying? That's why it's kind of interesting with Mr. House. Depends all entirely on whether you believe him or not. Or not necessarily believe him telling the truth. I think there's truth to it, if not completely true, in his goals.
He's able to accomplish it.
But it's belief that he can do it, yeah.
He got Vegas this far, right? But by siding with Mr. House, you're putting all your faith in a single man. A dictator who's hidden himself from the rest of the world.
I prefer the term autocrat.
He's also a firm believer in not dictating what people do. So he doesn't have any plans to fix the rest of the Mojave's problems. He just wants Vegas to continue being what it is. Mr. House lacks the ambition for change the other factions have.
What I did to you was rotten. But if you think House, the NCR, or Caesar won't kill to put Vegas in their pocket, I really did blow out your brains.
And finally, there's the independent yes man, programmed by Benny with a plan to take control of the Strip by using the Platinum chip. This option allows the player to choose what they do with the other minor factions, but they will have to kill Mr. House and beat both the Legion and NCR at Hoover Dam. While independence sounds fine and dandy, without a strong leader or system of government, everywhere inside and out of Vegas will succumb to chaos and disorder. Hot damn, is that complex or what? This is why the 4 choices are so hotly debated amongst fans, even to this day. Which is the best option? It's entirely subjective.
I got into an argument with a guy on a
so
forum
many
a week
deep
ago.
Stories here. A lot of the themes with the companions and factions are all about letting go. Boone's PTSD from the death of his wife because of a miscommunication and getting revenge because of it. Veronica wishing the Brotherhood would change and adapt to prevent them from dying out and failing their purpose. The Great Khans holding on to their past glory after years of crippling defeats.
My tribe deserves better than this.
Caesar holding on to the ancient ways of Rome, unwilling to face the facts that his style of rule is brutal. The factions all talk shit about each other, and what's interesting is they're not wrong, but they are wrong about themselves. Caesar is just as unwilling to admit his flaws as the NCR or Mr. House is, and yet...
And again, it's something I love about the writing. There is no clear best choice.
Right.
Like, I really like that. It's kind of like the real world. There's no real good choice, but there is one that you could argue is better than the others. And you have to decide on whether you want to take it or not.
Right.
Despite all their differences, there's one thing everyone has overlooked: war. You people have lived in this chaotic hellhole for 200 years, and you still haven't figured out why war is bad and you shouldn't do it? In Fallout New Vegas, the people still haven't learned to make peace, despite that being a constant reminder of the state they are in currently. Obsidian went to such great lengths to characterize each faction and make them feel real and compelling in their own way. It's such a profound game where different ideals and philosophies clash against each other. I find it immensely fitting that there is no peaceful solution in a game that begins with the words,
War. War never changes. And so the courier who had cheated death in the cemetery outside Good Springs cheated death once again, and the Mojave Wasteland was forever changed.
Finally, there is the climactic Battle of Hoover Dam, and once you claim victory for the faction of your choice, the end credits roll and let you know how your decisions have shaped the world and people around you. Are you satisfied with them? Did you make the right move?
And that's like your biggest problem with it, is that you don't actually get to see properly all those effects. It's just told to you at the end.
Yeah.
I can see that being, for me, it's more of a nitpick. I will say this, I would have preferred a DLC to it, or if we get a New Vegas 2 even.
Yeah, like I said, if the New Vegas 2 rumors do come to fruition and it follows the actual story, then yeah, I would, that might clear it up. The only problem is if there is a New Vegas 2, they are going to pick one at ending, chances are being the NCR.
More than likely, the NCR do seem to be the poster boy faction for the game, so I'd be surprised if they chose any of the other ones. Yeah. Actually, if I had to be honest, for like a sequel, I would prefer it. I would prefer them to choose Mr. House, having been the canonical choice, because again, he's the wild card one.
I would honestly prefer Caesar's Legion.
Really? I could see potential in that.
Just think about if Caesar's Legion pushed the NCR back, and it would be kind of like a last-ditch effort for the NCR to take Mojave.
And it could also force them to unify properly and reorganize. Because if you go with that canonical ending, that means all of the leadership of the NCR got wiped out. So the sequel could give you the option to... Actually, that would be a perfect setup. Caesar's Legions took over the Vegas Strip, took over Vegas, and the NCR are trying to push back in. And during the game, they kind of you can choose to join Caesar's Legion again and help them maintain control of Vegas, or you can join up with the NCR. And in my opinion, to add in some extra factions, have the proper Brotherhood of Steel come to collect their brothers.
Right.
Come to reunify their faction as under one proper banner again. And try and have them take the strip, make them the third big faction. And I don't know. From there, I'd say there's still room to re-add in some of the older, smaller factions. So.
Yeah.
These are all things that they could definitely do with a sequel. I would be curious about.
At the end of it all, I was still left wondering. Fallout New Vegas is much more than a spin-off. It's easily one of the most engaging, adaptive video games I've ever played, and arguably the best Fallout. Choice is its greatest weapon.
I didn't really mind
to be who you want to be.
Did you mind like that Zeppelin that the Brotherhood of Steel flying?
No.
No, I didn't really either. Corn, why don't you like it? I'm curious.
Play how you want to play.
It's just weird.
To choose your enemies and your allies. New Vegas poses deep philosophical questions about morality. It goes beyond just being a fun shooty RPG. New Vegas is a game that'll make you think. It has such a unique setting that feels real, like Obsidian thought of every single way in which these societies would operate. New Vegas is jam-packed with likable, deep characters and the best quest design I've ever seen. If this game had a remaster to iron out its still-present technical problems, update the graphics and the engine, it would be undoubtedly a masterpiece. Its successes are made all the more impressive with its short development time, and the way it melds so many styles and time periods together is simply remarkable. I have no shortage of good things to say about it. And that is why Fallout New Vegas is so awesome.
The bear is rolling out across the west. And the bear is rolling.
Alright, so that's pretty much Ackman's video on it. So, I guess the first big question is, did any of that change your mind?
Yeah.
No, it's okay. I figured, but I thought I'd check just in case. So, yeah. I did think we had plenty of good discussions, though, about it. I mean, granted, we didn't say anything monumental or change anything. I still stick by that New Vegas is probably my favorite Fallout. Especially out of the Bethesda group. It's my favorite out of the Bethesda group. But I do miss the level of storytelling we got in 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I gotta play Tactics at some point just because at this point it's the one I haven't played. So I do gotta play that at some point. Yeah, I don't know. I guess to kind of finalize me and Luz's debate about this, and I'm sure we'll jokingly refer back to it from time to time.
Probably.
But generally, I guess our takeaway is, strongly speaking, we disagree where it is amongst the franchise. We disagree that I disagree strongly that's the bottom of the barrel, with the exception of technical issues. If you want to make that, I'll probably agree, especially since they stopped patching it. But I think it's probably got it's got probably my favorite setting out of all the Fallouts. It's got some of the best storytelling out of them as well, especially with some of the side quests in that. There's some really good ones in New Vegas. I love the DLC. Yeah, I can't say I really like any of the other Fallouts, especially out of the Bethesda group, more than Vegas.
Carneth Corn said the Zeppelin just seemed ill-fitting and not nuke-punk enough. Except that is definitely not the first time they had a Zeppelin, much less for the Brotherhood of Steel.
I mean, it makes sense lore-wise, because the Brotherhood of Steel, faction was formulated with the philosophy of preserving and they're in a weird way, they're kind of like a cross between Space Marines and the Mechanicus of Mars from 40K. A little bit. They want to preserve and control technology, and they abhor AI. They abhor robots.
They abhor anything different.
Well, yeah, really. Like they're, but in my opinion, their faction are probably the optimal faction in this world, because though they have so many drawbacks, they're still. It's kind of like the Imperium of Man debate, right? Like,
yeah,
Yes, the Imperium of Man fucking sucks. They're evil. They torture. They enslave. They do a bunch of horrible stuff. But
they fit in the universe.
They fit in the universe, and they keep humanity alive despite all of it. As horrid as it all is, they are given the circumstances, they make the most sense for their setting.
So for me, it really doesn't change my opinion either, because it just doesn't affect any of my argument.
Yeah.
Like the most any comments I've made has changed has been the ranking of the DLC being Honest Hearts over. That's probably about the only thing that's really changed. It's just because remembering the different times that I've played Honest Hearts or opinions on Enclave. They don't exist anymore.
I guess, yeah. Is your question, when you say opinions on Enclave?
As a faction, there were some cool things that were done with them in 2.
Conceptually, they were interesting.
No, they were actually pretty damn interesting in 2. It's just they couldn't carry that weight.
No.
Like in 3 in New Vegas, the Enclave just weren't that interesting.
Yeah. I guess if there was more done with them, then...
Like, do they have the potential to be cool? Yes. Do they have the potential to be cool in any future Fallouts? Not unless they go back in fucking time.
Yeah, they got wiped out, didn't they?
Yeah. Twice.
To be honest, in terms of a narrative function, they kind of just served as the universal enemy.
So, and they got the West Coast part of the Enclave got wiped out in Fallout 2.
Yeah.
The East Coast group of the Enclave got wiped out in the Broken Steel DLC.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like...
is it the Antarctic Division? I don't know. For me, I'd say the Enclave had potential, but realistically, the Enclave was made as the universal enemy in the narrative, just a force that everybody could agree they didn't want to. They didn't like, pretty much. Like the Brotherhood didn't like them. The Lone Wanderer or / our character didn't like them.
In 3.
Yeah,
no, there was an option to actually side with them in 3.
Oh yeah, that's right. Most people didn't choose that though.
No.
Generally speaking, I'd say I don't like the Enclave and how they were done, and I don't see much they could. They definitely can't do anything with them now.
Yeah, they wrote themselves into a corner with.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd say my opinion comes down to missed opportunity.
Yeah. In New Vegas, you can get the remnants of the Enclave to join your choice faction. Exactly. The remnants. They're all fucking ancient.
Keyword, remnants. Excess. The ragtag.
Nolan's Coast, Nook Wilderness, future Fallout content. As far as future Fallout content, I'm intrigued with what they're planning to do with Fallout 5, where they're planning on putting that, but shy of that,
I don't know. For me, 76 has still got such a sour taste in my mouth. So I don't know if they get a new engine and actually take the next one seriously.
It does have a new engine.
Okay, good.
Because they're doing like everything after 76. If I'm not mistaken, what's the one that they're doing that isn't fucking Elder Scrolls or Starfield? Starfield, Elder Scrolls 6, and Fallout 5, from what I remember, will all be on. Mods are non-canonical, so like as a faction, yeah, it was kind of cool, but as far as like in the Fallout canon, they're just kind of done.
Yeah.
And again, Mr. Jakamic, you just kind of proved what I said. There's an Enclave Remnant in Fallout 4 for Harbor DLC, the Children of Adam. Okay, a remnant.
Remnant.
One person.
One
one person does not make a faction. Like, it's not me downplaying the Enclave. It's just, as a faction, they really don't exist.
Well, no, it is you downplaying them, but that's the thing you're supposed to when a faction is beaten.
Well, no. Like, I'm not downplaying them as like, the Enclave as a faction, when it was a thing, was not necessarily a bad faction. I'm not saying that the faction's bad. I'm more saying that as a faction, it's just, there is no Enclave as a faction anymore. It's just more like a boogeyman, like, say, the Institute, except the Institute is its own faction, whereas the Enclave is a boogeyman in the sense of it's perceived to be a bigger threat than what it really is.
Yeah.
It's like Monster Hunter World. The first time you fight a Jaguar, you're like, oh shit, this big lizard's gonna wreck my shit. And you're like,
what's
one hit, and you're like, oh, it died. You breathe on it funny, and it fucking dies. You're like, oh.
You breathed. Alright.
I love talking shit about the Great Jaguars.
Alright, so I think we ought to wrap it up here, guys. Normally we do call-ins, but we've been going for...
We went double the time we were supposed.
Yeah, we've been going for much longer than we usually do, so we're unfortunately going to skip that this time around, but we'll do them next time.
Although, if you're cool with it, can I do a really quick update for like my health and shit?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. So part of the reason why we haven't been doing Geekus Theoretic is kind of one thing that's specifically me, and one thing that's kind of on both of us is the thing that's on both of us is our full-time jobs have worn both of us out. Mm-hmm. we almost exclusively stay exhausted at this point.
Pretty much.
I told Asmo this past weekend. We have been our busiest time. I work in a restaurant. Our busiest times are Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday morning. And the entire weekend, we've been understaffed by 2, maybe even 3 cooks. And out of the entire weekend, I probably got help from someone else on a station throughout the whole weekend, maybe about 20 minutes. So that's kind of what my job is. I don't like saying it this way because it makes me sound like I have an ego, but I've been doing what I do for so long and I'm so good at what I do that the manager's just kind of like, nah, he can handle it. And most of the time they're true, except for, here comes the second part. I've been really sick the past couple of months. My primary care doctor thought that I had another kidney stone. Went to the ER day before yesterday, and turns out I don't have a kidney stone. It's not my gallbladder, but looking like my intestines are seriously inflamed. So I have been in near constant pain for about 2 months. And actually, as hilarious as this is going to be, they didn't prescribe me any medication. So instead, I'm going to have to go to my primary care in June to probably find out what I'm going to have to do as far as before I get any form of pain management or treatment.
Yeah. And medically, you're a bit of a train wreck.
I'm not dying. I just wish I was.
I don't want you to. I want my friend to live.
I just want to stop living in constant pain.
Yeah. Things aren't going super smooth on our ends, but we try and make time, try and work around things, and in the case of Ludus, he's putting in way more effort than he should with the burdens he's carrying. So,
also at the same time as my next doctor appointment, I should also be getting a promotion at work, which my schedule should remain roughly the same, but I don't know that to be true yet. I have been told that it really shouldn't change my schedule, but I've also been told that the position I'm going into with the people that are in that position now, I'm essentially going in to try and fix the issues that either they don't see or can't fix or unwilling to fix. I have to say this without sounding like a complete dick. I have to fix the issues that they refuse to fix. And I can't do that where I am now.
Yeah. I guess we'll wrap it up there. Hope everybody has a great afternoon, a great night, great week. I need to get a late lunch. Ludus needs to... Have you had food? Or...
Do I need to answer this question?
He needs to do something.
Ludus needs to get a late breakfast.
Go get food. God damn it. Step 1, blame a group of people. Step 2, gather the people. Alright. We'll call it there. Thanks, guys, for hanging, chilling, and we had a good GT episode today. Definitely one of our longer ones, and we'll try and catch you guys next week. Week to week, we try and figure things out.
Yeah.
But yeah, have a great one, guys. Bye.
Bye.